Yo, is this the Electronics Blair Art channel? I
Yes.
have an issue with my microtransaction.
Oh no.
It hasn't interrupted a streamer yet.
Seems to be working just fine. Garthen, hello. Welcome back to the guild for month 55. Thank you for your prime. Thank you for considering me to be your prime option this month. I appreciate that. What's up, guys? Good morning. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. It's Monday. That's right. It's a new week. A new week. And Spooky Day is getting closer. It's getting closer, man. I feel like I need to make some plans, though. You know, I don't have any plans so far, really. We got ideas, but I don't have any plans. So I kind of wanted to do a spooky D&D game, but I know D&D players aren't really, you know, into spooky D&D recently. They just want Baldur's Gate. That's right. That's all D&D players want, is just Baldur's Gate fanfic in D&D form. I actually had somebody ask me about that on the weekend. They said, Evan, you play the D&D thing, right? And I said, yes, I do. And they say, well, I'm wondering if you could D&D a Baldur's Gate game for me. I said, what? They said, yeah, I want to play D&D. I was like, okay, I mean, that's cool. You want to play D&D? That's rad. Welcome to the hobby. But, Evan, but I want to play it with Baldur's Gate characters. I said, so what do you mean? I want to play D&D, but I want to have Shadowheart and Asterion and Halcyon in my party. And I said, damn, bro, so you want me to like run a game, but have like those characters in the party for you? Like, yes. I said, do you want to play with anybody else? No, I just want to play with Halcyon, Shadowheart, and whatever. I need more Baldur's Gate. I didn't know this person was a nerd. So I don't know what to do with that. I it's fucking left unread. Yeah. Apparently people don't want to play D&D anymore. They just want to play Baldur's Gate. Good morning, Soul. What's up, bro? I haven't seen the end of episode 3. Looking forward to watching the rest of it at the end of the day. Yes, I haven't seen any of episode 3 because I was not able to catch the stream on Thursday night. I was working straight through, had some stuff to do, and then obviously Friday morning I'm streaming, so I haven't watched shit. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who died, who's alive, who's gone evil and rogue. I don't know, but I'm excited because I think the VOD's up today, right? They post their VOD on Mondays, I believe. So tonight I'll get cozy in my little art chair right here, and I'll turn on some Critical Role, and I'll see what I missed in episode 3. Apparently it was quite the dramatic day that I missed. So, and then next week, by the way, we're doing a 3-week grace period. Next week we can spoil episode 1, so we can talk about episode 1 next week. So that'll be good. We can all complain about all the things we hated, about all the characters we hated. I feel like there's not much to spoil for episode 1 because nothing much really happened. You know, a couple little things, really just character introductions. So we can kind of talk about episode 1 a little bit. There's one thing I have to just mention. I don't get why anyone likes Matt Mercer's character Julian. When I posted my shit on, dude, I have like almost 300 or maybe over 300 comments on that tyranny video I posted on TikTok alone.
Visitors, how exciting.
Like, a lot of people gave their opinions. What's up, Say? Good to see you. Thanks for the raid. What's up, bro? How'd the painting go this morning? Good morning, guys. If you aren't following Say, please go follow Say. Say's amazing. Say's often my pre-stream warm-up chat that I am in and hanging out with. But good morning, Say. We're just talking about Critical Role and how I don't get why anyone likes Julian. That is one character that I find just entirely unlikable. And people love that shit. I don't know, man. They're eating it up on TikTok. Everybody's all Julian. I want more Julian. Give me Art of Julian. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. I find that kind of D&D character insufferable to play with. I know that there's like this is not D&D. It's a storytelling adventure, whatever. with D&D as the backdrop for their stories they're trying to tell, which is great. Critical Role does a different style of D&D than most people do, so I'm totally fine with it, knowing that the characters will evolve. But I can't understand why, you know? I don't know, bro. You tell me there's the great thing called mods. They can do custom mods or stories Baldur's Gate 3. I'm sure there's custom campaigns modded into it by now. If there were, I would play the shit out of that, because I wanted a DLC or an expansion pack or something like that to Baldur's Gate 3. I wanted more. I wanted more story. I wanted a reason to play through the game again, more than just my one playthrough. So I don't know. Still haven't had any reason to play through Baldur's Gate 3 again. Not that I need it right now, because there's so many games that like. I haven't played through Expedition 33. That's a big one I got to play through. What else have I? Haven't played through Cyberpunk yet, and that's like ready to go whenever I'm feeling it. It'll be there and waiting for me. That's about it, right? Played through Monster Hunter all the way. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Healing's going well. I think I finally fixed the proportions problem I was having. Excellent. Good. Always good to make progress, you know. But yeah, we're doing Seeker Asune. I mean Mage Hunter Azune. Actually, I don't know what they're called. The something Wardens, Arcane Wardens. I forget what their fucking organization is called, but either way, I like his character. He's cool. He's not my favorite character design, but you know, from the face up, the neck up, he's pretty cool. So Obscure is good. Yeah, I don't know if they're good. I really want to play it. It's like on my list of things that's more elevated to play than other things. You know, I don't know. It's up there because I really wanted to get into a couple games this fall. I really wanted to play through Expedition 33. I wanted to play through Hogwarts Legacy finally, even though I got it last year. And I wanted to play through Cyberpunk, and then I also wanted to play through the new Pokemon game when it came out, which is out as of this week and last weekend. But I do not have a Nintendo Switch 2. And I don't know if I want to buy one, because it's like $700 for a Nintendo Switch 2, and games are just getting a little crazy, you know? And I don't want to be that guy that just is complaining about the game prices and console prices and stuff, especially when consoles were expensive and whatnot. But there's just something about it, about spending $700 on a Switch 2. And you know what I think it is? I think that, to be honest, I think that, to be fair, I don't think $700 is unreasonable for a console. I think $700 is unreasonable for the console they're offering. If that makes sense, you know? Like you remember when you went from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3? The PlayStation 3 I bought, I remember because my mom helped me pay for it, right? Which was awesome because she wanted to facilitate my gaming addiction, knowing I would go into the industry one day. So she wanted me to have the new tech. So I bought a PlayStation 3 when it was new. And I remember everything all in on that bill at Best Buy was $900 Canadian. Now that came with like 2 controllers, a game. I think I came with a game, and then it came with like a couple of other little things and the actual PS3, and it was almost $1,000. So like when I talk about a Switch 2 at $700 for like the game Pokemon Z Axis fucking whatever, and the Switch 2, it's not that bad. But going from PlayStation 2 to 3 was a massive jump. You're like, oh my god, I'm high def, I'm ready to go. This is rocking. When you bought a Wii, that was dope, man. When you bought the Wii U, I know the Wii U wasn't popular, but I enjoyed the system. You had the little fucking thing and whatnot. I was one of the few people to actually have a Wii U. When you bought a PlayStation 4, it kind of felt like an upgrade, but, you know, PlayStation 4 wasn't honestly that big of an upgrade. PlayStation 5 comes out, and I'm kind of like, why? And the same thing with the Switch 2. It's kind of like, why? You know, like I'm having a hard time justifying Switch 2, except for maybe some of the JRPGs that'll come out later. So, like, I know it's not that expensive. Relatively, I know that $700 Canadian, I don't know what it is in US, probably less, is not that expensive relatively. It's not the end of the world, but it's just like, it just kind of feels like I wouldn't be excited to get a Switch 2. There's no new thing that it does, no new games, no whatever. I can just play Pokemon ZA a little bit better than if I had my Switch. You know, I don't know. Maybe I want someone to convince me to buy a Switch 2, convince me it's worth it to spend a fuck ton of money for me right now on that, you know? Claire's here is something I might no life for my winter break from the studio. I kind of want to do that for around Christmas. I kind of want to do my winter, like, you know, my winter hibernation game. I think it's going to be Cyberpunk. So maybe I'll do Expedition 33. I don't know. One of the games since I watched my wife play through it, but I might no life it and play it myself too. That's probably, I've done very good at avoiding watching people play it, spoilers, anything like that, you know? Have you cried more than once so far? Really? Okay. So that's a resounding recommendation then coming from chat. I guess you guys are all fans of it. So shit, man. PS2 the best console because of how versatile it was. Blu-ray player, reverse compatibility, and new games. Yeah, it was great. You know, that was fantastic. Could it play every PS2 game? Because I remember the early one that I bought was backwards compatible. But the new ones weren't, right? That's something they took away after a while. Like, I have a complete in-box sealed PS2. And I bought it as a insurance policy. The PS3 was out, and I think they had announced that backwards compatibility and reverse, you know, whatever, was gone. It was dead. You know, and I was like, okay, well, this sucks. What do I do about my PS2 games? So my friend John and I, we went searching around the city to try and find a PS2, like new PS2s. We're like, surely they're like discount, bargain bin, whatever. At that time, we were also game collectors. So we were going to like pawn shops and stuff and buying old RPGs and rare games and collector's editions and stuff. And I don't do much of that anymore, but I definitely did around that time. So I was nervous because I was like, what do I do about this? We bought PlayStation 2s, and we managed to find them at a grocery store in Canada. There's a grocery store chain in Canada called Superstore, and it's kind of like Canadian Walmart. Obviously, we have Walmart here, but Superstore in Canada is kind of like, it's like kind of in between a Walmart and a Costco here. So it's a little more bulk, not crazy. You can buy your groceries. It's way less expensive to buy groceries there than Safeway or any other like chains or whatever like that. For me, mostly the same products, but they also have like clothing and a pharmacy and like a little toy section and some household stuff, trinkety stuff. It's not nearly as big as Walmart or comprehensive, but they used to have an electronics section like 10-15 years ago. So my friend John and I, we were in Superstore, and we said to the guy, we're like, do you guys still have PlayStation 2s? And the guy's like, what the fuck? What do you want PlayStation 2s for? We have PlayStation 3s. We're like, just, do you have them? And he's like, I don't know. No. Why do we still have them? And this other guy who's working there, this fucking like glasses adjusting like anime nerd, comes out of nowhere like an anime character, glasses, you know, shining, adjusts them and says, actually, gentlemen, we have two left. And the manager's like, what the fuck? Why do we have two left? And he's like, I've been watching and guarding over our inventory of them for this day exactly. For when enthusiasts would come in and look for their prized treasures I have to offer. He fucking had an anime monologue. We're like, okay, cool. Like, do you have them? And so he goes back and brings out the dustiest PlayStation 2 boxes. And they were white, slim versions of the console, PlayStation 2, the SingStar edition. So it comes with the microphone and the SingStar whatever game. And I don't know, there's like $150 or whatever. It's super cheap. So John and I each bought it, you know, like right there, just snapped it up. And it's been in my storage room for years. Apparently it's like $1,000 plus console now, you know, sealed in box. Like it's a rare thing, you know. But I still have it sealed, ready to go for when I actually want to play my PlayStation 2 games. And my PS2, which I'm pretty sure is dead, finally dies, if it isn't already dead. Because I think my PlayStation 3 is probably dead. I haven't pulled it out or turned it on in maybe 10 years now at this point in time. So I don't know. No, it'd be less than that. I don't remember when I bought the PlayStation 4. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't want to buy a Switch 2. Kind of sucks, right? Kind of sucks to buy a Switch 2. There's not like, you don't get anything new with it, right? It just kind of like does the same shit but slightly better. And I already did this jump once. I bought my Switch, and then I bought my Switch HD whatever version, like the OLED model, which is nice. It's nicer than this my original Switch, but I've already bought two Switches. So the idea of buying an additional Switch doesn't feel great with the current offerings, and the fact that like Pokemon I'll be honest, man. I think I love Pokemon, the franchise. You know, I don't know how you guys feel about this. I love it a lot, and I will always love Pokemon. I feel like, even though the new games I feel like have their issues and their budgets and whatever and glitches, I still like Pokemon. But let's not copium ourselves too hard. Those games look like and perform like and run like shit based on how well they sell. You know, I think there was like a leak recently that leaked some new Pokemon games, Wind and Waves, some other things like that. And the leak also leaked budgets. And I think the new one was like the last one was like $13 million budgeted for the game. They should have easily had over $100 million budget for that game. So no wonder it looks like shit. No wonder it runs like shit. So I see the Pokemon game. I see it running like shit. I see it looking like shit. And it just runs and shit and looks like shit on the Switch 2 anyway. So who wants to go buy that, right? Yeah, return to the Wii U. I still have the Wii U I put it all night when we were basically done with it and, like, you know, packing up our consoles and shit. I put it back in its box all nice and neat. And it was the Zelda Wind Waker edition of the Wii U. So it's quite a nice console. I would love to have a gaming room one day. One day, when I have a larger house, I will have my vintage retro gaming room. I will. And no one will be able to stop me. You know, I'll have a Star Wars pinball machine in the corner. I'll have my Tron arcade cabinet. I'll have my couch, my TV with all my consoles. I'll have the Dreamcast out because the Dreamcast was fucking lit. God damn. It was good shit. So, all right. We had some Critical Role fan art to do today. We got Critical Role fan art to do today because I am now officially a Critical Role a fan artist. That's right. That's the only way I'm going to get Twitch to spare me from the purge recently. Holy God. I did not think the Twitch purge was such a big deal. But man, apparently everybody's been tanking on Twitch as far as ad revenue and numbers and shit. So I gotta protect myself, man. I gotta get to be full status as a Critical Role fan art, you know? I sound like Bo Burnham with the song "All This Looks Like Shit, Feels Like Shit" comments. Oh, really? Damn, bro. That's a compliment, though. I haven't heard anything Bo Burnham did in a long time. The Purge, so Brooklyn, basically TLDR. So I was gone when this happened, but more or less, Twitch has killed the bots, right? Because the problem is that the advertisers were like, "Hey, Twitch, why are so many numbers on your website inflated for so many streamers because of bots? Not small streamers, big streamers. When you see streamers with like over 10,000 viewers or even over 5,000 viewers, most of them are view botting in some capacity. That's now proven." And so Twitch, the advertiser said to Twitch, "Hey, can you fucking fix this shit? Why are we spending money why are we getting 1,000 impressions when really only we're getting like 600 real impressions?" And Twitch is like, shit, damn it, fuck, they figured it out. Okay, yeah, we'll fix the problem, guys. And so they fixed the problem, ish. They punted a bunch of the bots, you know, slapped some wrists for people view botting that admitted it, and you know, went from there. Good for them. Cool. What they also did is they also changed the way that viewership is calculated. So now basically lurking, if you don't intentionally try and help your streamer out, you simply lurking the way you've been lurking before no longer counts you as a view. And so when I came back, there was this big discussion one day in chat that I wasn't really paying attention to because I was monologuing about something nobody cares about. But I was monologuing nonetheless, and I was just kind of tracking it in chat. People were saying like, "Oh, it does count your view if you're lurking, whatever, if you're this or that, or if you have this or that or whatever." And I was like, cool, huh? Wonder what that's all about. And apparently all the stuff that Twitch said worked doesn't work. So all the stuff that they said calculates a viewer doesn't calculate as a viewer. It's now active whatever. So now you have to be an active like participant in Twitch. And it was really interesting when a couple streamers actually tested this out. There's a couple of famous clips out there, streamers with like, you know, there's one with like 200 viewers, one with like 700 viewers. The one that people talk about is the one with 700 viewers, where she basically says, "Hey, everyone type in chat right now? I'm just curious, right? And she went from 700 viewers up to 1,000. So there's like 300 people that were lurking that like could hear her stream, could understand whatever, and be there for whatever, but weren't counted as viewers. So for advertising standpoint, she was getting advertisement revenue for like, 700 viewers instead of 1,000 viewers, even though people were still seeing and reading whatever. So anything Twitch told people recently as to how to have your view count for your streamer, how to be present and whatever and all this shit, not that any of you guys should care about this. I don't expect anyone to give a shit about this. This is a me problem. I just think it's kind of funny. Not that it's like ad revenue is big for me or whatever, but apparently all that stuff they said you would do to like still kind of like count as a viewer doesn't work, doesn't matter. And I didn't realize that my numbers last week were so bad as far as ad revenue and stuff like that. I had no idea. I never look at my numbers, right? It's just I don't give a shit, But one of my friends said, bro, even your numbers last week were tanked. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, dude, your numbers were like half of most what you're at most days. And I was like, well, I just came back from 3-week breaks. People just like aren't watching my stream because they're not, whatever. No, apparently it was like, it's just people were there and hanging out. It's just, it wasn't counting anybody's like presence because of it. So it's so wild, man, that Twitch is having Twitch is having a lot of problems. So Sapphire Glow, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So not a big deal. Obviously, this is not something like if you want to help your streamer out, send a chat message once in a while. Should you care to do any of that if you're doing stuff and lurking and doing other stuff? Not really. I don't, because the pressure of like Twitch already has a lot of annoying bullshit and ads and whatnot, and you have to sub and this and that and all this shit. Another thing that you have to then go do is just so annoying, isn't it? So I don't know, man. It's just whatever. But what it does mean is that Twitch is having some problems right now. So we'll see what happens here, because I don't know. I don't think Twitch has ever been in so much danger for being bought by a big evil corporation or something. So it's an issue for me, for people who like work and lurk. Yeah, it's a massive issue for streamers like me that stream during the daytime, and my stream is often the stream where people hang out while they're working, and it's fun because we're doing stuff. You guys are doing stuff in your day. I'm streaming, you're keeping me company. Hopefully I'm keeping you company. It's great. I love it. I love streaming in the mornings, but apparently I am in the worst possible position as a streamer in time, because they have just shredded a lot of stuff that like you come to stream and you hang out and you put the stream on your monitor and whatever, and you think you're chilling and you're helping out and whatever, and it's great. And Twitch is like, nope, get bed. So that's the whole Twitch imploding thing. Does it matter? Not even the slightest. Do I want anyone to do anything or change anything? Not even the slightest. So you have to be chatting to be counted as a viewer. I understand that correctly, more or less. Yeah, you have to have, but we don't know what that means, Brooklyn. That could mean like if you send a chat message, is your view counted for the next hour, or is your view counted for 5-10 minutes? We have no idea, because anything Twitch has said hasn't been true, so we don't know what to actually expect or whatever. It's so weird, eh? I probably run streams in Chrome, but run the rest of my life in Opera for blocking things on YouTube and such. That's, yeah, fair enough, I don't know, man. You're getting there, Duria, yeah. It just cooked, tech-wise, con-wise, ad-wise. Yeah, they also had some issues at the convention, man. They had a... Or Emeru, man. They had some issues at TwitchCon this last weekend. Whew, man. So... yeah, Twitch is having some problems, bro. I'll be figuring some stuff out. I'm gonna do I was going to do this last weekend, but I didn't actually get around to it. I'm gonna be changing up the way I stream as far as tech wise goes, so I'll be able to stream on the places I want to. So if you guys want to watch me in wherever place, you don't have to do it on Twitch anymore. But the Twitch, ad revenue stuff still is nice. I don't know what to do, but it doesn't really affect or impact what I'm, me in general. So just come to the stream if you want to. I hope you have a good time, and lurk when you need to and whatever. It's we'll figure it out. I've learned that turning my speakers off versus muting my channel helps towards the count. Twitch doesn't have to count people who have the audio muted. Yes, Twitch doesn't. So the whole thing used to be mute the tab, not the stream. So if you mute the stream, and I think that's still true. I think if you mute the stream and you don't get counted as a viewer anymore, like at all. But I'm pretty sure if you mute the tab, you count as a viewer. So like something like a partner push right now would just be impossible for someone like me. So I don't know. Natasha, what's up, bro? The guy talking about it because I want to rage about it, about Twitch's nonsense. Well, it's great that you stream. Like I catch your stream on TikTok a lot, Natasha. You know, I'll have my phone. I'll be over at that desk right there, working like doing like pencil stuff, and I'll just have you up on Tuesday nights usually. Tuesday nights, yeah, because Thursday I was playing D&D, but Tuesday nights I think it was. When or Tuesday? Days of the week. Yeah, Tuesdays. Fuck. Anyway, I'd have your stream up on while I'm just chilling. And whatnot on TikTok. So that's great. I'm glad you stream on TikTok, you know. I don't catch you on Twitch all that often. I don't know why, but especially because my phone has both and I'm Twitch turboed. So either way, yeah, Twitch is having some issues, man. It's usually maximum of 30 minutes from when I've seen other places trying to quantify it. All right, guys, then every 30 minutes, that's what we're gonna do. Every 30 minutes, you have to send one chat message every 30 minutes. We're gonna have the half of the guys. It is 10:30 and I have been live for 35 minutes. So everyone, post a meme, post an emote. Just let Twitch know you're a viewer right now. I'll see you again in a half hour. Let's go. Oh god, could you imagine? That'd be so fucking nasty. Yeah, your D&D hot takes. That's right, Samurai. Yeah. Oh, even better. Your once every half hour bit cheer. Oh yeah, guys, come on. There we go. That's right. Just that's the new meta. Is every half hour you cheer bits. There you go. Hype train. 4 times a stream. Oh god, Twitch. Come on, man. Well, here's the upside. Okay, thanks guys for the bits. Here's the upside. Things are so bad that they'll either get fixed or it's all gonna die and we won't have to worry about it anyway. And I'll see you guys on YouTube, Patreon, wherever fucking else that you watch the stream. So I don't know. Getting out of 3 viewers is impossible with these changes. I know, right? I was gonna do a partner push around Christmas, maybe. I was thinking about it, but that is not gonna happen, Adaria. So even if you shut the entire speaker down and then the individual tabs, right? Exactly, you know. And yeah, like yeah, mute button on my keyboard. That's what I've been doing this week, so I can still support my streamers, but not that anyone should feel compelled to do that. It's annoying. So update my drawing software. Now it's weird and gross. Conk never update anything. That's the thing I've learned about especially Photoshop. I used Adobe Photoshop 2017 until it forced me to update it in 2022, because for 3 years it was absolute garbage. 2022 was okay, and now I update every year when it tells me to, basically, because it just does it anyway. But yeah, never update if you don't need to. If I'm looking in someone, I usually turn it down to just before mute, because I won't be surprised if they're tracking music tabs too, or mute tabs too. Can they track a muted tab? You know, I have a friend that's an engineer at Twitch. I should just fucking ask him. I should just ask him what the actual deal is and see if he'll see if he'll leak some shit to me, you know? You guys get a channel point redemption for a point that counts as interaction as well. Here, I'll add one, okay? We'll add a channel point interaction. Okay, wait. Alright, that. Yeah, here, the Twitch. We'll add a channel point interaction. Okay. Creator dashboard. Community? No. Viewer rewards? Power-ups and channel points. Manage power-ups and channel points. Alright, let's manage. Default rewards. Let's add a new one. Wait, custom rewards. Reward requests. Add new custom reward. Yo, Skylar Mew, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. All right, what are we gonna call it? Interact with stream. Description. If you want Twitch to count you as here for the next 30 minutes. IDK. None of us know, but this will help. Maybe. One channel point. Great. All right. You guys can now interact with stream for one channel point. There you go. There you go. Wow, wow, dude. Look at those channel points just surfing, man. Interact with stream. Wow, dude. Mm-hmm. I need to put a cooldown on it, don't I? Otherwise, people will spam it and be annoying. Require viewer to enter text. No. Redemption cooldown. Per user per stream, I guess we'll do like what, 8? I guess we'll do that. Or maybe we'll do 4 actually, because 8's a lot. Okay, there we go. Alright, good interactions, boys. Good interactions. Prove you're not a clanker. Oh, that's a good one too. I actually like that more. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. I do Twitch comment that if they are more than 5 streams from one IP, they don't count any of them. That also means that if you have a household with more than one person, who has 3 streams open, that entire household doesn't count. Yes, that's something I've heard as well. So, if it's a daily thing, redeem to have interaction. Folks that want to lurk, but be noted as present. I see. Daily orb donation. Oh, that's better. That's better. Orb. Orb cult member fees. There you go. Now it's called the Orb Cult member fees. Please pay your Orb Cult member fees every half an hour to be considered a member of the Orb Cult. Yep. 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 There we go. All right. All right. Good job. Good job, everybody. Yep. You are now Orbers. Oh, God. I'm gonna regret this. Has my artist grade watercolor dots for my birthday, and people were not lying about the quality compared with student grade. Ooh, Cass, yes, that's huge. Having your actual artist grade paints for the first time is a big upgrade. So, yep, thank you for paying your Orb Cult member fees. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Well, anyway. Now that I'm officially a Critical Role fan artist, I think we should get to our project today because I have a very handsome boy to draw. Mr. Azune. Azune. I don't remember his last name. Does he have a last name? No, I don't think so. Anyway. Finished Velas last week. Did not get the video out, so people don't know yet. But I really want to get this out for this week, so I have Velas and Azune be ready. So hit record. We're gonna hope it works, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to lose my fucking shit. You want Cadigan art? Cadigan I think is next. Cadigan, I think. This might be a hot take, and I don't want to offend the Critical Role fan base because here's the thing, man. They go feral. I think Cadigan is my favorite character. And I know that the dimensionality seems a little like whatever. There's no like super deep mysteries of Cadigan that people are like, oh my god, what's the mask for? What's this or what's that for? I don't know, but that maybe it's a bias for Robbie Damon. But I have to say, I think Cadigan's my favorite character. I think so. I know it's not maybe a hot or maybe an acceptable favorite character. I think everybody's losing their mind over Velas or Wickander or whoever, has a lot of drama to them. But I find Cadigan to be maybe the most D&D character of the party, He's my current favorite. All right, there you go. Well, that makes me feel better a little bit. Now I gotta ask the whole orb thing. Are you also Super Mario speedrunner with your fascination with orb? No, the orb cult is a lot more degenerate than that. The orb cult basically came from me drawing an orb or a sphere one day on stream to show how to first draw a sphere properly with like how to sketch properly with line weights, and then how to paint material to paint chrome metal. And so I painted a shiny sphere, and people formed a cult around it. I don't know why. It was upsetting. So careful, you might summon Aya with all this talk. Okay. Oh, it was Cat. Wait, is Cadigan being a favorite character an acceptable opinion right now? Is this an okay opinion? I thought this was not an okay opinion, because if you look at it, you know what's crazy? Here's how little, like on my TikTok video, all the comments, there's like almost 300, I think, of people telling me what their favorite character was. Here's how few times I've seen Cadigan. I didn't know how to spell his name. I thought it was Catagan or something like that. No idea that's how you spell it. So because of that, no one was commenting that he was their favorite on any of the videos I posted. So this is why I thought it would be a hot take, but I'm feeling a little bit bad. I'm feeling justified now, you know? He's like Darth Nidalis and just wearing the mask for fancy leather suit with a wig. That's Belair that's wearing the mask. Yeah. A video of Ren talking about who in the cast gave the most character backstory, and he just said that it was Robbie by far. Really? Robbie by far. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. Basing acceptable opinions off of Aya's opinions, that's also dangerous. I would never, because I think that I don't also want to get speedrun canceled. Aya can pull it off because she's a VTuber, but if I have Aya's opinions as a non-VTuber, any speedrun getting canceled by our Reddit VTuber, r/VTubing, speedrun any percent, whatever. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Jeez, I'm kidding. Relax. Am I? Okay, well, let's get a little bit of this done, and then we'll get our boy Azune feeling a little bit more close to completion. I think he's got a pauldron on this side. He does have a pauldron on this side. So we get to draw some armor, guys. I never get to draw armor. It's like nobody ever wants a D&D character that wears armor. I don't know why either, but it's upsetting, and I might riot over it at some point in time. But anyway, Cadigan Murray, I'm really enjoying the characters. Murray is not my vibe. That's not my vibe for a lot of D&D characters. Murray's like, I've played with too many Murrays. Does that make sense? So I could do without. That's my, like, obviously Marisha is a very charming person to have in a D&D campaign. I always love her characters. But I find that I have played with too many Murrays in my time, and just reminds me of too many player characters that I've had. So I'm not particularly all that enthused right now. Also, I don't know how I'm going to draw it, because there's just something about drawing the drawing characters with like well accepted sort of like memes as one of their main tropes, and the whole bearded, like As an artist, I've heard people think that they're hilarious talking about the bearded female dwarf as if they were the first person to ever figure it out. Far too many times. And so it's just drawing memes for the sake of memes. It's hard to take serious, you know? So, I don't know, dog. I don't know what it is with Robbie right now, but he's so hot at the table. Dude, I want to do the Robbie Damon, the beard. I want to do that. But I don't know, man. He is ridiculously good looking. It's unfortunate. It's upsetting. And I gotta figure out how to channel some of that so I can maybe get El Beardo going. I don't have the hair, though. I don't have the long hair. I don't think I could do long hair, actually. It's not even like my bangs are poking out through right now. There's like a non-zero chance that when I go get my hair cut this week, that I tell my fucking my fucking homegirl to buzz me up. Just put a 1 on there. Give me the gym bro buzz. I'm sick and tired of wearing a hat to the gym because of bedhead, which I have to do past when my hair is past a certain length, and there's a non-zero chance that I might get the fucking buzz. If I do, you'll never know because I'll still wear a hat on stream, because anytime I change my appearance even the slightest amount on stream, it becomes an obnoxious topic for 3 weeks. So even if I change, like I changed my hat to the Cubs hat, or no, sorry, the Cincinnati hat that fucking Cubs. This is Cincinnati hat that Atari got me, which I really like, and people lost their mind over that too. So I had to switch back. Murray's just Marisha. If she never came to California, full country bumpkin. Yeah, where was she? Wait, was she born in somewhere in the sticks or whatever? They said Marisha and Travis had the least amount of backstory because of how busy they are. I feel like no one beards the female dwarves, even though it's canon. No one really plays female dwarves. That's the thing. But I ain't about the beards, bro. I ain't about the beards. I ain't about it. I don't care if it's D&D canon. You know, it's certainly not Eldara canon. Ugh. I can't do the memes. I can't do the memes. It's too much of a joke right now. People just can't take it seriously, I find. So, whatever, man. I don't have to draw shit if I don't want to. Oh wait, no, I have to absolutely draw shit if I don't want to, because I said I'd do the entire cast. Damn it. We'll leave Travis and Marisha for the last, so that I can figure out what to do about drawing either bearded female dwarves or fucking furry shit. So, you know, it's gonna be tough for me either way, but I'll do my best. I will do my best. All right. Trust me, bro. Trust me. I was gonna have his braid like over his shoulder, but there's something about that just feels a little, I don't know, not him. So we're gonna keep it slid back, I think. You gonna draw Robbie's Wolf Companion too? Probably not for this for these pieces. Yeah, probably not. It's like, it's one more thing to do, you know? And then I'd have to do something like more... Like Valus I was going to do a bit of a larger piece for. I guess I could, but I just want them all to match up, you know? So, what's your favorite character so far of Season 4, Critical Role? Eric, I think it's Cat again. And I don't know. I thought that was a hot take, and I said that a couple minutes ago, and it seemed like there were a couple people that agree with me, so... I don't know. What's the accepted... like... The accepted verdict on Cadigan being a favorite character? Is that, Eric? Is that okay, or am I cooked? What do you think? Plus, if one draws an animal companion, people will want furry. That's true. They will. I'm amazed that my coffee has had open slots for as long as it has had open slots for. Although I haven't really talked about it and haven't been on stream for a long time. Mostly because I got all these threats of drawing like furry characters and shit last month, and I was worried about opening up slots for October or late October, November, but it's been fine, dude. It's been okay. Haven't had a single fucking request, so we'll see what happens when I open it up to TikTok. So by the way, if you want one, you better fucking snag it, because when I open that shit up to TikTok, it's gonna get unholy. They don't check. They'll only know when I say that I open it up, and then they'll ask me for their fucking book talk characters. So all threats must have been hot air, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Got some point draw Cadigan and Tayor, right. Doing the bro form handshake together like those two big dudes in Full Metal Alchemist. I definitely should. That's actually a great idea for doing art for them. And just make them both look way more fucking buff than they are. Like, use it as an opportunity to practice like my fucking exaggerated male and like muscular anatomy, and draw them absolutely stacked up, just roided out and ready to go, juiced and feeling it. More juiced than the old dudes at my gym. Yeah, I know they're cracked there. So They're fucking cracked. Remember their names. Dwarf Teacher got my attention. Also, the Radiance guy is quite interesting, and Matt Mercer's character. What about Matt's character do you like? Because his character's name is Julian. I don't like Julian. I find him kind of annoying. I find Julian, now this is going to be a narrow reference, so I don't know how people are going to get this, because the overlap of Critical Role and older Final Fantasy players, I don't think is there. Julian gives me Final Fantasy 13 Lightning vibes. And I could not be pressed to invest as much time into 13 as was required for Lightning to not be obnoxious. And so I am not enjoying Julian's character, or Julian, that much as a character. I'm sure he'll get better and like whatever, and they'll all figure out they want to be friends. But like the antagonism of player characters, like I think Ashley did a decent job of like sort of de-escalating the antagonism very quickly in her character from episode 1 to 2 without spoiling anything. And you know, Valus is cool. But the whole Julian thing being just like mad at everybody, I just find that a little bit obnoxious, you know? So maybe there's something in there that I'm not, and obviously like this is not a real D&D game. It's like a pretty planned out like kind of campaign for storytelling purposes to make a show out of, but still, I'm very curious why people like Julian, you know, because I'm finding him absolutely obnoxious. I think we need to move this down a bit because I think there's a second plate in there. Excuse me, Photoshop? Hello? Photoshop? Okay, we're good. Not that I think that it's a wrong choice to have Julian be a favorite. I'm just curious, you know? You spent my art budget money this month? Ah, shit. Well, good. Good. You didn't want any of my art anyway, Natasha. He's Lightning played Final Fantasy Vincent. Yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. When is Final Fantasy 13 older game? Final Fantasy 13 release date North America. Because a kid born the same year that Final Fantasy 13 came out is currently learning how to drive. They're in high school. They're learning how to drive. They've got their learner's permit. They're driving home on their own. They've got exams in a couple of years. They can vote in 3 years. Okay? This is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. But it's true. Final Fantasy 13 is an older Final Fantasy game. It's not vintage yet. Obviously. It's not a vintage game until I think it's like hits that 25-year-old mark. But, well, maybe. I don't know. When did Final Fantasy 10 release date? It's like, what, 20 years old? 25? 2001, yeah. So Final Fantasy 10 is just on the cusp of being vintaged. So, yep. Johnny's annoying for sure. I think it's interesting. Also, the Radiance Priest is effed up, or wait, F up. Also interesting. Oh, yeah, the Radiant stuff is pretty cool. I'm really, because I haven't seen episode 3 yet. And the episode 2 ending was pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to seeing episode 3 today. After I end stream and do what I need to do for some family stuff. I'm gonna come home and watch the shit out of episode 2. See what it was all about. So I'm looking forward to it. And there was like something on this cauldron, like a design of some variety. Fair enough. I want my D&D character version of my VTuber in your style. Damn, dude. Natasha, you wouldn't want that because I'd make her so unreasonably hot. Like, let's just be real here. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need the fucking comments on those videos. I'm still recovering in my reputation from Brooklyn's characters. Come on, bro. Probably for the best then, I think. You know? You learn how to drive in Alberta, you only have flat roads. Not where I live, bro. Where I live, there's fucking mountains and like bears and trees and shit, dude. Most of Alberta, you're absolutely right, but I just like D&D parties that has some genuine tension. While I don't like Julian, I feel like watching a wrestling heel. I like him being there will allow other characters to shine. No, that's a great way of putting it in, or putting it into perspective. I definitely think that's solid. Yeah, that's a solid take. I don't like Julian because of like reasons like that, but no, I think that's a great. That is a great take on Julian. I think that's very correct. But it means that I'm not like, I don't get how he's like the favorite for people, you know. But I'm like, it's cool. Like, it's cool. Everybody has a favorite, and that's awesome. He's just one that I think find a little bit harder to like than others, which is probably fine. Probably like Matt's plan maybe is to give him that development. So I don't know, man. She collects rocks because she thinks they're valuable gifts and gifts them to people. Fucking crows, man. Fucking magpies. God damn it. Goddamn magpie VTubers, I'm telling you, Natasha. Goddamn magpies, right? Am I right? Yeah. Yep. So, it's God. What do you do about them, right? How do you even handle it? Called me a magpie? Oh no, shit, I'm still gonna get cancelled on VTuber Reddit. Love when you folks go Alberta is beautiful and just point to the parts that touch BC's Rocky Mountains. Yeah, I mean, the nicest parts of Alberta are BC, or like basically BC. The nicest parts of Alaska are also BC. That's the unfortunate thing, is everybody talks about how beautiful Alaska is. That's just BC. That's just coastal BC that America yoinked, and like, good for them, you know, yoink away. No, I definitely feel that. Like, the mountains in Alberta, I think as soon as you cross over into BC, into like that Kootenay region, it's phenomenal, you know. And I'd like if we had more mountains in Alberta. Now, would I want to live in the BC side of the mountains? Based on how high taxes are over there, I'm good. I'll take my small little chunk of Alberta mountains and I'll live here happily, because if I went like an hour that way, I'd have fucking vultures after me, bro. And a sales tax, a provincial, a PST. Ugh. No, thank you, dude. Pay an extra couple of % when I buy Snickers bars. Holy, can you imagine? No, I'm glad we have a little bit of yoinkable BC over here. I'm glad we get a little bit of the mountains, you know, because it is the best part by far. Like, we're getting new license plates. And like all the nice ones have the mountains on it, but something like 85% of the province is just flat. Whatever, man, you know, put the mountains on anyway. Screw it. I don't care. You can appreciate Julian as a character without liking him, which is where I stand. Yeah, that's the thing, is when I'm thinking about like characters from the new campaign that I like, Julian's just not up there, dude. He's just not up there for me. You know? And that's hold on, how's this pauldron work? This pauldron probably comes up like this. And then we've got our armor. It goes like this. Right? right? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, figured it out. We're good. Okay, time to actually do the thing now, I think. I think we've got enough detail in here. We can actually start drawing the man himself with his little broken mustache thingy. So let's call this the sketch layer. Let's call this the delete sketch. Okay. The goal today is to get this entire piece done. If I don't get this entire piece done today, if I do not get this entire piece done today, I will draw. No one clips and holds me accountable to this stuff anyway, so it's fine. I will draw the third one next time, okay? I will do... Ooh, God, okay. If I don't finish Azune today, I will draw Teor Pride Sire next week. Ugh, okay. Okay. Oh boy, line work. You know what? Hey, I just created layer number 300 in this document. Wow, dude, layer 300. You think it's a bad idea to do all my fan art pieces in one file? To limit how many files I have on my computer, because if this one file gets corrupted, I lose everything. I should probably switch it every 6 months at the very least, or most. Yeah, all right. Since you're basically in BC, you're moving closer, and I'll run D&D campaign for you. And taxes prevent you. I know, right? It's a non-BG3 D&D campaign. That's true, actually. That'd be pretty good. Taxes be damned. I'll play it for Baldur's Gate 3 D&D. God, man. Imagine living in a place where I could actually play D&D. Because I've wanted to. Believe me, I've wanted to play D&D in person for a while now. And, well, let's just say the old time burglar of expectations and work, mixed with the issue of I don't have anyone nearby that I would want to play D&D with. Well, there you go. There you go, dude. Look, I am going to be starting my D&D campaign soon. Soon TM. I was going to start in October, but you guys know I had some stuff happen. So a couple things came up. I had to take a couple weeks off, deal with some shit. I'm still dealing with it. Things, by the way, are not better. I'm just focusing on streaming live, so I'm just not available. But I still have to do stuff, and I still go on appointments and stuff like that. So any plans to start a D&D campaign are being put off until I don't know when. I'm not promising anything for any of my friends or players or whatever, but hopefully sooner rather than later, because I really want to get this new campaign started and going and start playtesting stuff for the next round of the adventure, because it's always better if I have a couple things going for D&D campaigns for me. If I can write kind of my main D&D adventure at the same time as thinking about doing, you know, the next sort of leg of the campaign, that's always better for me. So, never been the 30 allegations? I know, Natasha. I know you're right. I know you're right. So how would you then you're not helping if you want me to draw your fucking squirrel magpie JPEG for you, bro? Actually, wait, what is it? Tengu are literally birds, aren't they? D&D Tengu. You would have me draw a literal bird. Ooh. Oh, man. God, I wish I could do anthro characters on coffee. I can't, though, unfortunately. Unfortunately, yeah. Ooh, the thing says no anthro characters, so... Damn it. Damn it. Why is it when I search Tengu, I'm getting so many anime girls? What is this shit? Bro, when I search Tengu, this is what I want. Not this. Give me a fucking burb. Weebs out. Birdfolk in. That's good because there's nothing anther about her. She's a girl with black wigs and horns and ear feathers. Oh, that's fine then. Yeah, it's fine. Wait, shit, damn it. Now I'm able to post clips in chat. Unfortunately, not even clips. Even clip links from Twitch still get blocked by the Twitch automod bot thingy. Because apparently the automod isn't actually stream elements or something. Apparently it's default Twitch setup. I had no idea that was the case until one of my mods told me that. So, let's go in your Discord. I appreciate it. Wait, no, shit. It wasn't me saying that I would do something when I'm not going to, right? Is it? You didn't clip me saying some shit that I'm gonna be held to, right? Right? Oh, guys, it's 11. It's been a half hour. Please redeem your Orb Cult membership to be counted as a view so that the 3 cents of ad revenue that I get from you today carries forward. Yeah, here, I'll redeem mine. Orb Cult membership. There we go. And redeem. Okay, great. Great. Glad to see that we're all here now. Hey, see that Twitch? See that Twitch? I have cultists that roped me into joining their fucking weird cult. Yeah, wow, look at all those fees being paid. Wow, good job, everybody. Your fees are paid for another half hour. I swear I'm not gonna do this all day. Maybe we'll do it for a day. We'll do it until I stop thinking it's funny, which sometimes can take longer than we'd like. You know how I get with jokes, alright? And dumb memes. Thankfully, you didn't say, if I do not finish this today, I will draw a cleric. Oh, God, imagine. Imagine, dude. There's actually somebody who messaged me that said, hey, I know your commissions are closed, but, like, I was watching your stream the other day, and you were saying that you don't draw clerics. Is that true? Because I have a cleric I'd really like you to draw. But I'm like not sure if you actually like hate clerics or not. And I was like, no, damn it. Okay, I should really cut those memes out because this poor guy, man, I felt so bad. And again, I'm terribly sorry if you're watching today, or if you see this in the VOD or whatever. I felt so bad. It's like, no, it's fine. You can play a cleric. It's just a dumb joke. It's just a dumb joke. Oh God, it's a dumb joke. It's fine. So then, like, oh man. They're actually nervous that I, like, hated clerics for some reason. They weren't going to ask me to draw a character for them. They were, like, legitimately, like, you know, being respectful and whatever. They were just like, hey, I don't want to, like, they didn't want to, like, ask me to do something I'm not comfortable with, right? So they weren't sure if my, like, irrational hatred for clerics was actually real. They couldn't tell if it was a joke or not, which I think is it's actually pretty good. Like, good job. But I realized maybe it's actually counterproductive to have this dumb meme of fucking hating clerics for no reason. What's up, Heat? What's going on, man? I showed Aya the clip and she was hoping you said cleric. Damn it. Damn it. Bro, I did my my next I did my next my most recent like VTuber fan art piece. And I gotta get, like, I found my old list, and Aya's pretty high up there, man. So don't tell her, but I gotta get on my, before the end of the year, I gotta get on my Aya fan art piece. I actually made a fucking list, like a queue of like friends that I wanted to do pieces for, and I finally got Stim Pack finished. I really wanted to have Stim done for Smogist, but I gotta do Aya based on a new design now. Wow, not much change in the design, but just like the up-res and some of the small things. It wasn't like a massive rebrand, but a really great redesign. So, don't tell her. I don't want her getting all excited for some shit and then disappointed rapidly when she sees art from me. Like, fan art? Oh, it's from Evan. Never mind. Ugh. But yeah, I gotta get on that, man. I gotta get back to those. I want to do like 1 or 2 pieces of fan art a week. You know, I got the Critical Role going. I can also do a piece for like a VTuber friend every week. I think that'd be fun. But I decided I am doing it in my style, right? I know that VTubers prefer art that's in the style that is similar to they want anime shit so they can use it for their schedules and stuff. But it's just I don't know, man. I'm just having a hard time with it. The anime thing is it takes me way longer. Like Aduria got me to do some anime pieces, and I did 3 for him. I did the anime pieces he wanted, and then I also did it in regular, like in my style for one of his characters, because I like wanted to give him, you know, give him his value out of it. Which I got to do the other character, I think, still as well. I got to do the female version of the fucking cat girl that he asked me to do. So incoming cat girl art in the next week or 2, just FYI. But I don't know. I just like doing the designs in my style. I know not everybody's gonna like it, but I think I would appreciate it. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to do a couple other pieces here or there. We presented Aya's Artificer's character, and she plans on coming back to the party with a Circle of Stars druid. Fuck yeah. If she needs some advice for character design for Circle of Stars druids, I think the best designs for Circle of Stars druids are these fucking Giga Chad boys. So I think this is like the canonical accepted way of designing a Circle of Stars druid. Right there. That's what you may not like it, but that's peak Circle of Stars performance right there. You might even not agree, but that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. It's all good. We'll survive somehow, you know? We'll get in there. P7 did are fantastic, by the way. Would recommend. Thanks, man. Yeah, I gotta do Aduria-chan in. Cause I gave you. Wait, did I give you your character in my style, or was it the? No, yeah, I did the male version. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I've had so many things going on, Aduria. I just like blank on shit. It's not like I'm intentionally forgetting it because it's just because I'm dumb. You gotta forgive me on this one. But yes, okay. I only did one of your characters for you. I gotta do the other one then. Yeah, and we gotta make Aduria into a bartender as well. We gotta canonize him into a bartender, so we gotta figure out what kind of a tavern, and I think where to put him. I'm thinking giving him a Grand Crest tavern. It seems like a lower city Grand Crest would be kind of the place to throw his character. You know? First video you have that says as a goal, I would melt getting fan art, especially from you. She'd never be disgusted by art, especially from a good friend like you. I appreciate that, dude. Well, I hope. I really want to get back to it. I was really enjoying doing it in the beginning of the year, and I got absolutely overwhelmed this summer. And then the fall has been an absolute unreal shit show. So I want to get back to it, and because it's good for my soul, you know. Like there's something about doing art for people that I like doing art for my VTuber friends that don't get like 20 art pieces a week. Like doing art for like the idea of taking a VTuber's design and putting it into a character and class in my style is really fun for me. It's like a fun redesign type thing, you know? And I like doing it, and it's fun. Like, yes, maybe you do it for the big VTubers or whatever. That's like the obvious idea, is do it for Shy Lily and Arma, stuff like that. And that's kind of fun, sure. But I like doing art for people that like getting art. And I think that when once a person is like VTubers get a shit ton of fan art, even VTubers with only like a couple hundred or a couple thousand viewers get like 30 pieces a day. And so with my friends that might only get a couple pieces a week here or there or whatever, you know, because it's not like small VTubers, right? Like Natasha's a decently sized, probably a top 1% VTuber. Same with Aya. So obviously you guys get a lot of fan art. Minnie gets a lot of fan art. Sim gets a lot of fan art. But it's not. You guys don't get so much fan art that you kind of like tune it out, you know. And so I really like making fan art for friends, people that get excited about seeing fan art, right? Even top 1% VTubers like people that I know. It isn't until you're like top decimal percent VTuber do you get so much fan art that you just like can't care about it. You know what I mean? So it's very rewarding for me. It's good for my soul to do projects like that I enjoy and have fun with, and you know can spend some time doing. So I got a list though. I got like Stimpack was on the list. I really want to do Nova and Leah. I want to do Gen 1 of Glitch Stars if I can. So Mimi as well, and Leah. And then maybe I'll redo Miwa as well in like the portrait style. And same thing with Stim. But that's a lot of work, and I have other people I want to get to as well, so I don't know. I don't know, dog. I don't know. She's a Kalishtar Circle of Stars druid, but I'll sure tell her just to be a big owl person. Yeah, Evan showed this thing on stream. It looks like it was from a game that's meant for 43-year-old bearded old men nerds. And Ulner. Because Ulner has the taste in games of a 43-year-old man. And she wouldn't be offended if I told her that I said that. Because Ulner's cool like that. I miss talking with Ulner every week, bro. I'm really missing our D&D game. Apparently there's 2 new players that joined as well. Honey and Yuki. And I haven't met them yet. I met Yuki, but I haven't met Honey at all, so I'm gonna get back into that game. Both anime and the male in Eldara. Okay, right. So I gotta do the female as a Nyathar. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm remembering things correctly now. I'm sorry, Dury. I've been very much all over the place. I have been, I think I finally realized it. I have gotten myself overwhelmed. I don't get overwhelmed that easily. I manage things really well typically. But I think in the recent weeks, I think I've let myself hit that critical mass of overwhelm. So I'm trying to organize and cut things down and simplify right now and get projects done so I can return to a baseline where I'm not just forgetful of everything, you know, because like a project I'll do a project and then 2 days later, I'll like completely go out the other ear. Like I got to finish the character I did for Silesian. I got to post this actually. Because I looked it over and I fixed a couple of things up. And I really like our boy here that I did for her. But like I totally just forgot to even do the fixing up until last night. And I was supposed to do it on like, you know, Friday. So I've just been in a place, you know. I know what you're talking about. I do not get a lot of fan art. What? Wait, really? I would expect you to get a bunch of fan art, Natasha. What do you mean, dog? What do you mean? Your modesty's showing. Your fucking modesty's showing. Well, all the better to slap you on that list. It's gonna take a while. There's a lot of people on the fucking list and I gotta get through everybody. I gotta get through everybody. Might take a couple months. I don't know, dude. Boomkin's what's called? Well, they're called Moonkin, but people call them the people call them Boomkins because they're balanced. It's the balance form for druids, but it's a Moonkin. People refer to the spec balance as a Boomkin. Dumb nerd game stuff. Don't worry about it. Stuff for ancient gamers that played a game that was, you know, 25 years old. Whatever. Says she totally become a Moonkin as a Circle of Stars druid. Okay, great. Cool. Alright, Izune. I like starting with the eyes, man. Like you can see on the preview window over there on the other side of the screen up here. I like starting with whenever I do these pieces. There's something about seeing the eyes rendered out first, like from the when I'm zoomed in, I'm not like looking at it. But when I zoom out and I see the piece like on the left in the window, I think it makes the best videos when I start with their eyes. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's just dumb. It's just dumb human psychology stuff. But it works on me too. And I'm trying to spend a lot more time on these, so that's why I'm excited for the next sort of like round of character requests that I get, because like this took me like a lot longer than I normally would spend on a piece, and I'm excited to really like put more time into them, you know, give it my all, as it were. Starting with the eyes looks really good in the videos. I'm glad you like it. Okay, good. All right. Confirmed right thing to do then. If Brooklyn agrees, then I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. Thank you, Garthen, for paying your orb fees. Your orb cult member fees. You are now considered a viewer for the next 30 minutes. And you probably single-handedly, Garthen, by paying your orb fees, generated me somewhere in the range of like almost a fourth of a cent for ad revenue for the next 30 minutes, for the next ad. And like that stacks up. So I appreciate it. You know, that shit stacks up, bro. It adds up over a period of time. So thank you for paying your fees. I still think the meme is funny, and I will continue to say the meme is funny for at least another couple of days, probably. Anyway, good to see you, Greg. How you feeling, bro? Just got back from breakfast for me and T's 7th wedding anniversary. He's looking dope so far. I want to see you drawing. Yeah, I know, right? Congratulations, man. Congratulations to both of y'all. I'm sure they're also very, very pleased to be married to such a stud for 7 years, but that's awesome, dude. Seriously, Greg, that's it's a long time. That's a good anniversary. I don't remember what, like, every anniversary you have gifts, like, in the traditional sense that are like, you know what I mean? Like, what is the 7th wedding anniversary? Wedding anniversary gifts by year. Let's see. The tradition for the 7th year is a gift of wood or copper. So I guess you guys need to get something wood or copper for your home. Candy or iron is 6. What the fuck? What are we on? We are on... We did 11th was steel. We should have bought a sword. Oh, fuck. We should have bought a sword this year. Next year is silk or linen. And then lace and ivory. Can you even buy ivory anymore? And then crystal and wax. The fuck? What do you get at 20? 20 you get China? I don't want China. I don't want any fucking nice China in my house. Yeah, get that shit out of here, bro.
Quick Evan.
Get that shit out of here.
A copper/wood picture.
Shit. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Speed drawing. Oh god. It's the wrong brush. Shit. That's an eraser. There we go. I'm working on it. Dude. I'm trying. What is it? Like 29 or some shit? Or 27? There we go. Okay. And then we gotta put some wood grain on it. So we have to make it out of wood. Okay. There you go. You have a little wood burnt plaque of copper. It's copper/wool? I misread that? Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. See, even Yuna's mad. Yep. You tell him, Yuna. Atta girl. You tell that whatever is offending you so desperately. Okay, now shut the fuck up, dog. Thank you. Atta girl.
Take the bits as payment.
Atta girl. Wow, I got bits for that? Holy shit. At 300. God damn, bro. Okay. Off, great. Thank you for the bit. You're going to earn your silver crumb at a certain point here, sir, with all the bits you're throwing at me. God damn. And then you'll be the unfortunate recipient of a silver crumb in the mail. So thank you for the bits, regardless, Greg. Memes aside, I do appreciate it. It's very generous of you, man. Thank you, dog. Now stop. Now stop. Well, I hope you guys do something fun, play some games, chill out this week, enjoy each other's company. Getting married was the best thing I ever did. Best decision I ever made. Besides re-rolling as a warrior in World of Warcraft from a druid. I initially started playing druid. Can you imagine if I played a druid for 20 years in World of Warcraft? Oh my god, right? Right? Like, ugh. Who would play a druid as a main in World of Warcraft? And then Ella was a definitely close second to that decision, so. Yep. Yep, good job all around. Still don't know anything about marriage because never had to really try to figure that out. Just kind of always did it. Definitely don't even know how dating works. I am as incompetent as I seem when it comes to those topics. So, yeah. What's up, Pixie? Hello. D&D tonight. T-Win didn't want to cancel it, so we're going to be slinging dice with everyone tonight. What is the status of dice chewing at your table? Has the meme died off yet? Tell me the meme has died off. Tell me there's no longer dice munching occurring at your table. Tell me that it is better, and I will what the fuck happened? And I will believe you. Alf, how's it going, bro? Just tell me it's better, and I will trust you. I'll trust in you. Unfortunately, not the munching continues. Damn it. Okay, never mind. It's not what I was hoping for. That is not the answer I was looking for today. So. Why does he doesn't have burnt off eyebrows with this scar? Do we know what this scar is from? Never mind. That'd be a spoiler if we did. Or is this a birthmark? Looks more birthmark than it does scar. I'll be honest, but it could be either. You can't tell from the art. Based on the like there's scars on this other side of his face, right? But this kind of looks more like a birthmark than a scar. I don't know. Could be a burn or something, I suppose. You're supposed to send us a figure drawing using shadows? Didn't I post your project for you guys? Oh, fuck. Alright. Well, I'll send it off then tonight, maybe, when I get back from shit. I'm saying maybe for everything. Thanks, let me know, Alf. Appreciate it. Shit, does that mean Minnie's just been slacking this whole time, not doing shit? She's been slacking? I'm ramping you guys up so that Minnie doesn't get stun locked when I start giving her 4 hours of work a day. One D20s is permanently egg-shaped now. That is her chewing dice. The other is still spherical, and that's her spitting dice. Fucking rancid. Absolutely rancid. Evan Fear's YouTube chat, it's too cool. Really? I don't know, Cal. I'd say that YouTube chat, although less unhinged than Twitch chat, does definitely have inferior memes. It definitely has the inferior memes. And I don't like it, and I know that it's not what you want to hear, but it's true, man. Y'all got the inferior memes. Head 30 over here. Time for more donations to the orb cult. Thank you for paying your orb fees at the half of the hour. Wow. Now we need somebody who actually has been tracking this stuff to see if my Twitch numbers are better this week. Stream. because you guys are actually being counted as viewers. Twitch is so cooked, man. I hope they figure out their shit out. I hope they figure their shit out, because I don't want to move over to Kick. I mean, I think I have a Kick channel that I reserve my name on. Bro. What if Kick buys YouTube or buys Twitch? Who do we think is more likely to buy Twitch? Or not? It's either Kick buys Twitch, YouTube buys Twitch, or it gets shut down. Those are like the three most likely things that happens. I'm rooting for the secret fourth option that Twitch figures its shit out. But I'm not like, you know, I'm not holding my breath, if that makes sense on it. Right? I'm not holding my breath for it. We'll see. We'll hope for the best. Alright. Attractive birthmark, be damned. I wish I had some cool birthmark. Oh, wait, I do. I wish I had cool birthmarks. My family, ooh, I wonder if my kids will have it. My family has had, on my mom's side, we've had a birthmark in the same spot for generations, and it's on our lower back. And my mom used to tell me that it's because we were born with monkey tails. And when I was born, she said they chopped my monkey tail off. And I'm like a little kid, right? So this is horrifying to me. Years later, I see the Dragon Ball Z episode where Gohan's going all like full moon fucking 8 mode. And after he's like subdued, Piccolo just like picks him up and just pulls off his monkey tail. And I saw that, and I was like pretty young, but I was like, Mom, am I a Saiyan? What, Mom, we're Saiyans? She's like, what the fuck? What the hell? What Saiyan? What the fuck is that? Like, Mom, we're Saiyans. You should have told me we're Saiyans. Oh, it's because of witch? Oh shit, that makes more sense. That makes slightly more sense, so fair enough. Fair play. Probably more likely than being a Saiyan. Bro, I was convinced for like a week that we were actually Saiyans. I had my fucking birthmark. It'd be so fucking funny if my kids had the birthmark too. I'm gonna tell them. I'm gonna tell them that we're Saiyans. That's how I'm gonna get them to train at the gym. Be like, you have to grow strong. If you ever want to go Super Saiyan, you have to train at the gym with me. Go to the gym, start lifting when they're early. Get that habit in there, you know? Wish I started early. Instead I played World of Warcraft. Oh man. What a great decision to make, young Evan. Thanks for that. Appreciate it, bro. All right, El Beardo. How long is this beard? Pretty trimmed, pretty well kept. Ooh, uh-oh. Finger pain. You know what that means. Time for our stretches. Thanks, Zelia. Those train to beat Goku shirt. Ooh, that's a good one. Train to beat Goku shirt. Oh, man. There's a guy at my gym that wears full-on Dragon Ball Z gear every time I see him. I love his shit. He's so cool. He's just jacked. He's like this 22-year-old that's on so many steroids. Like his blood could fucking melt a hole through a Band-Aid. But anyway, kid's jacked. Juiced but jacked. And he just wears Dragon Ball Z and like anime gear all the time. Like new animes. It's kind of funny actually. I mean, I worry for his health, but you know, if you're gonna do it, lean into the meme, I guess. Do it right, you know? Who knows? Who am I to judge? Does his birthmark continue on his neck? I think it does, actually. Back from lurking, but I think he's working on a critical role fan art. There's a direct correlation between how much I talk in chat and how inferior the memes are. It's true. Damn. Really, Cass? Really? All right. Better. Feeling better. Time to get that beard going. Dude, I wish I could grow a beard so bad. I wish there could be a real man like Travis Willingham. Or Lewis. I don't know what his last name was, but Azune. He's cool. I like him. How do we feel about the new Critical Role cast editions? Because I actually really like them. Robbie's not really new, but he's kind of new for the mainline game. But we got like Whitney and the dude that plays Octus. I like both of them.
No audio today. Shit show at work.
Aw,
today.
man.
Hope your art is fantastic as always, Evan.
It's straight chillin'. Thanks, Senator Betzazelli. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Well, shit shows at work are miserable and yet room for opportunity. You know what they say? One bad meeting at work away from a promotion or something. I don't know. I don't have a real job, so. Sad to see how much hate Abria gets. Why does Abria get hate? What are people mad about with her? Because I'll be honest, I am really not enthused about the family drama shit with her and Hal. They are like some of my least favorite stuff going on. The whole like, you know, that whole subplot story I could do without. It's just soap opera-y kind of stuff that like is I get people love. And so I'm like, you know, I wouldn't say I'd prefer Critical Role not to do it because obviously their fan base loves that shit. But I find it kind of insufferable. It's just like, I don't know. It's just the least interesting part of the game for me. So I could see that being like a thing, but I don't know if I would ever. Now, to be fair, even if I didn't like somebody, I wouldn't think to like throw shade and shit at them online or whatever. But what is that what she's getting hate for or what? It's the way she plays the table. They compare her to Orion in season 1. I think she's obnoxious, too loud or something. Compare her to Orion in season 1. She definitely memes a little bit more than other players. But I don't see her being like desperate metagamey kind of like annoying turbo nerd shit. And again, I haven't really seen her in combat. Maybe she's that kind of player in combat and I just don't know. But there hasn't really been any combat for this season yet, this campaign, right? Huh. Alright, well, I don't get what the hate is all about then. I don't get what the hate's all about. That sucks, though. I know people said they didn't like her DMing style. I've heard people say in my chat say that before. Find every annoying, but I also dropped the whole series. That's fair. You dropped Campaign 4 already, or did you even give Campaign 4 a shot? Because, yeah, I'm enjoying Campaign 4, to be honest. Campaign 3, yeah, I could see. We talked about, like, not... You dropped Campaign 3 really early. and I did it a little bit later, but I'm enjoying campaign 4. You know, it's a good time, I think. I've never seen Abria run a game, so I don't know. People said they didn't like her DMing style, so I don't know shit about that though. I've seen that people complain that she interrupts and inserts herself too much. Maybe the like, I could see the interrupting, maybe. But I don't know about the insertion. Like, okay, I mean, maybe I wasn't paying attention. I'm just not a fan of the family drama, like with her and Hal and the whole like kids and weird living situation stuff. That to me is like not the fantasy. That's like, I don't know. It's so that's like too real worldy. You know what I mean? So, like that she does kind of insert herself in character law, but I think the hate is proportional to what's happening at the table is low-key outrageous. Okay, well I haven't to be fair, I haven't seen any hate online. I'm hearing about all this now, so. Folks just like Abra seem to mistake a good world-building, collaborative player with someone who interrupts and inserts where they don't belong or stealing the moment from themselves. Running campaign 1 was a person who literally interrupted and stole time for moments for himself only. Abria collaborates and contributes to the world building. Yeah. I don't know. Definitely, I don't like the character. Like, the characters are not that interesting to me yet, but I think the players, like I like all the players at the table. You know, there's not really a player I don't like. It's just like some of the characters, you know. Need to watch the new campaign, and I'm waiting to have time to binge it. I loved Abria and EU, Calamity, and Misfits, and Magic, so hold on hope and wait to start before judging. I think it's fine. I'm enjoying the whole thing, Alf. Like, the whole series I'm thinking is a good time so far. Campaign 4 is much better than Campaign 3 in my humble, uninformed, critter, whatever, adjacent opinion, so. Yeah, dude, I think it's worth it. When you get the time. Binge away. But don't wait too long so that you're not caught up, you know, for a year and a half, and then you've got, like, way too much to catch up on and too little time to do it. I'm enjoying it. H is getting his way blown into proportion? Really? Where is this coming from? Because I've been scanning a little bit of the Critical Role Twitter. Where is a lot of this happening? Because I haven't seen literally any of it. His little separated mustache. Poor guy can't even grow a connected mustache. Oh wait, shit. Oh no. Oh no. I was heard about it on TikTok. Oh, okay. From like people like talking about the show, doing like review things, whatever. Is that where you see a lot of that shit? Because I'll be honest, I haven't really like kept up with it on TikTok. The only place that I've like been looking at opinion and stuff on Critical Role is on Twitter, where I can like search for it. TikTok's so varied. My algorithm on TikTok's also like completely fucked. It thinks all I want to look at are Yorkie videos. Keep asking Ella. I'm like, what did you do to my algorithm? She's like, nothing. Bro, you got that. You've done that yourself. Shit. Bring me back to Japanese TikTok and Star Wars memes, but apparently I'm not so lucky, so. You know. Loud minority being mad at a person. I swear they just want to complain. Yeah. A sidetrack by my father dropping in, and then my gardener winterizing things. Ooh. Settling in for the long, dark winter haul. Well, welcome back, Steve. Welcome back, bruh. We're just talking about campaign 4. And the man with the beard. The man with the beard. Oh, his beard's a little flatter, isn't it? At the bottom. His chin's a little... He got that broad chin. And then it kind of is a little concave, a little too, so... Keep that shape in mind, you know? I failed to maintain user count. You're good. You're back in there. You're back in there. Yep. You're back in. Okay. Is the rest of the cast, are they all voice actors as well? Because I don't know shit that, like, what is our man? We should learn about our player a little bit. We should learn about our player when we do something here. And I don't know much about Lewis. What's he been in? People said that Octus is the guy who plays Octus is a monster actor or whatever. I think I got that from one of my comments in TikTok or whatever. Critical Role Azune Lewis. What's his name? Lewis Carazo. What's he done? Lewis Carazo. IMDb. I think you stop reading so far into things. Is where you're coming from. For what? Reading to what? Oh, he's like a actor, not a voice actor. Is he a voice actor? NCIS, SWAT, and is he like is he just a tough guy actor? Is that what he does? He's just the guy. He's the Chad. Oh, cool. He has done other things, like voice projects. He is, when you think of like a guy that would be on these shows like NCIS or SWAT or whatever, this is the man you'd think of. I will say. Okay. All right. God damn it. That was Heat Vision. I forgot to reply to the message. Oh, okay. Yeah. All good. Well, I guess we don't know. What has Whitney Moore done? IMDb. We didn't look that up last week. Whitney Moore. Oh, she's my age, almost. What the fuck? IMDb? Hello? Please? There we go. This doesn't seem like the right Whitney Moore. What in the fuck? Okay. You know, we'll try. We'll try Chrome. Because if it doesn't work with Photoshop... No, I mean, Firefox, we're going to try Chrome. IMDb. Well, Would anyone care to tell me what Whitney Moore has done and been in? What kind of an actress she is? Because apparently IMDb is fucking dead.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's Mel.
Babyface Evan is back.
Wait, what?
Evan, there was a stranger posing as you last week
What?
with a mustache.
Bro, there's no need to be rude, okay? Listen. God. You're talking about Mel, appreciate it. Oh, is AWS down? Wait, am I live? Wait, but this stream's on AWS. Wait, hold on. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Rip. Okay, 600 bits. Someone let me know what Whitney's done so I know who the fuck she is. You still see and hear you? Okay, good. Okay. Okay, Gucci.
You're all
Gucci.
good, Evan. Lol. All of the internet seems to be shitting the bed today.
Oof.
My internet access to stuff for work is balked too.
Oh, wait, does that mean we don't have to do work today? Does that mean we can just sit around and play World of Warcraft all day? And D&D? Does that mean we're just playing Chat Plays D&D? We're bringing that tradition back? Because you guys don't have to do any work today because everybody's got the day off because all the servers and everything are down? What more was in Young Justice? Bird Mc 2, The Resurrection. Well. Well. What a...
Sadly, I can't. But I'm going to be finalizing some writing for the first recording on Thursday for my secret project.
Oh, hell yeah,
TBD.
dude. That's exciting, Mel. Goddamn, bro. Congratulations. That's a big milestone. Steve, thanks for the 100 bits. Mel, thank you for the 100 bits, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for paying your orb cult fees in bit form this time. I don't know what to say, man. That's just very generous of you guys. I appreciate it. The hell, bro?
Me not freaking out on the inside panic basket.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Pressure is a privilege, Mel. You got this shit. You're gonna kill it. You're gonna slay it. Okay? A little bit of inhumility is required right now, okay? You're an absolute Chad, a stud. You're a monster. You're gonna slay this shit. You are the greatest writer to ever walk the earth, and people are gonna be lucky to finally know your fucking name in the TTRPG space, alright? You got this shit going. You got this shit going. You got opportunities, you got projects. Alright, I don't know what else, man. Yeah. I don't know what else, bro. Found her proper IMDb by looking at her on Critical Role Wiki. Oh, wait, is that where we have to look at it? Critical Role Wiki Whitney Moore.
Shucks. Thanks, Buddy Van Blha.
Campaign for whatever. External links. Wait, LinkedIn? Oh, it worked! Wait, how did that fucking work? That's hilarious. Okay, Young Justice. She was Stargirl, don't know who that is. Satanic Panic. Or Casual, and the Unauthorized Bash Brothers Experience. Wow. Not any projects I know. True North as a divorce lawyer. Wow. Vampire the Masquerade, LA by Night. Okay, dude. I didn't click anything. What the fuck, man? Host at Geek and Sundry. I think Miss Moore might need to update her LinkedIn profile. I think that might... yeah. I'm not sure. Is because I... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Geek and Sundry shut down a couple years ago, right? Right? Or am I correct with that Is that... Is there a... You know? Is that like a sensitive topic or whatever? Quick search says no, they're still working on a relaunch. They're still alive? What do they do exactly right now? What do they do? Hold on. Geek and Sundry. Wait, what's their... The fuck? Is YouTube dead too? Or the Geek and Sundry website? No, it was just... Goblin mode? What the fuck is that? The last update was February 17th. Okay. So that's where they're at. February is the last fucking time they had anything. Rip.
Another half a year.
What's up, Rob? Thanks for the tier 2 for 66 months. Oh shit. That's what I should do the fucking badge. That's when I should do the badge. Fuck it being years. Oh my god. Bro, because Ella hasn't redeemed her sub in like 3 months because she's never at her computer. That's the perfect number to do it. Or should I save it for 69? That's not true. Then why is it that every time I've started your Twitch so you can farm channel points on your computer while I have the fireplace up, it says that you have a sub that you can redeem? You love redeeming your sub. And you haven't in months. Which is fine. But it just means that I see what like sub you're at. 69 is the funny number, but maybe I should be a zoomer and have it be 67. You get 3 badges. You get a 60 an execute subscription 66. You get a 6-7 month badge, and you also get a 69 badge. Nice. Bro. Which one would you guys rather have? An execute sub 66 or a 69 month sub badge? Thank you for executing subscription 66. So that means what? Rob, Cobalt, and Ella are the only people that can execute subscription 66, right? Oh, shit. You will not stop me. The mod Thorkin will have a longer sub than either of us. Oh my god, that's what I should do, is have the 66-month sub badge. That's genius. Oh, now I know what to do. The memes are possible. Okay. Yep. Now I know. Yep. Thank you for solidifying that, Rob. Now I know precisely what memes to ponder. What I don't know is if anyone actually gives a shit about the physical badges. If I should just stop doing them altogether. If they're just a dumb waste of time that, like, only 2 people think is actually funny. And one of those people is me. Because that's a possibility, dude. That's always a possibility. That it's a dumb idea that I think is funny, and that's about it. Maybe Dashto liked his physical badges. I don't know. Now, times I've been tempted to try and run a D&D game in YouTube chat when Evan doesn't pay attention to us. I'm paying attention! God, man. God, bro. Quit yapping. I want to hear myself fart. Damn, bro. Like, fan art? I would love to, man. That'd be fucking lit. Thought children weren't allowed on Twitch. Damn, bro. Well, you know, in where I'm at, they're actually the teachers are on strike in my province, so there are kids around. Like, I went to the mall the other day. There was just nothing but children wandering around being delinquents. It was awesome. It was hilarious. They're just chilling at the mall. Oh shit. That was short-lived. Rip. I know his beard's very flat on the bottom. I'm giving him a little bit of definition. Giving him just the slightest amount of shape on there.
I don't know who bonked that man, but GJ.
Yeah, what are the mods? The mods get them. They're in there, man. They're ruthless. The mods are seek and destroy missiles, alright? That's probably a bot anyway, so. I want to use the power of her hammer. Actually, though, right? It is unfortunate the mod badge is a sword, not a hammer on Twitch. They should let you customize that. They should let you, like... Actually, can you? No, you can't. You can on, like, BTTV or whatever, right? But you can't on actual default Twitch. If I'm not mistaken. I think. Right? Right. That's 2 hammers so far this stream. I know, right? That's like a record for this week. There's never anything to, like, bots to bonk. I don't even see whatever that bot message this morning that you guys were talking about, that Thorkin got. I didn't even see it. Didn't even pop up on my Twitch, so must have been so spammy that OBS just didn't even register it for me, you know? My generation managed to not have any strikes when I went to school. Yeah. I only had 1 long-term strike when I was in school, the last couple weeks, I think. And it was awesome. Oh my god, it was awesome. A teacher's strike and then you're just chilling, straight relaxing for like a week. I think I played so many video games that week. I made myself sick eating candy, staying up late. Parents were like, you know, just whatever. Let him have his little vacation, all right? Looking back on it, I think my parents gave me too much freedom. I think they gave me way too much freedom, to be honest. Carry stream retention by how many bots you get, maybe? Oh, that's a good way of doing it, you're right. Ooh, wait, you're right, bro. I realize I'm not clearing out my delete sketch at all, am I? And I need to be. There's certain areas where it actually adds some definition and weight. I don't want to touch those areas, so I'm gonna try leaving it more of it in and seeing what happens. You know? Show up on stream so you could see what it was. Let me check the VOD. Oh, really? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but... Yeah, on OBS, it just didn't even show a message. I just saw someone fall, then banned, you know? Blaze, thank you for the 53 months, man. How you doing, Blaze? What's good, homie? How you been? Thanks for the sub, bro. I appreciate that. God, there's some big subs today. Some fucking long-ass subs. 50! Thanks for sticking with me, man. I appreciate it. It was an honor to have you in the guild. Yeah, I wonder if there's like an uptick of that kind of stuff on Twitch. I've heard people talking about it recently. There's more bots and shit. But I don't know how like true it is or whatever. Or it's just anecdotally people who have a lot of bots in their channel have been noticing them more or something like that. Better get back to work. Alright, Rob. Alright, my man. Take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Makes my days better. Appreciate always seeing you, so enjoy your work. Please don't work too hard. And catch you later, bro. Oof, we're going deep on this one. Doing a whole lot more line work catching than I normally do. How far am I into this? Hour and a half. Oh boy. Okay. Oh man, I'm gonna have to speed up. I'm gonna have to speed the fuck up a little bit here. That or just admit that I'm gonna be drawing Tayor next time. Get it over with, rip the band-aid off, you know? What's the likelihood if I draw Tayor I'm gonna get attacked by the furry art community? What is the likelihood that happens? Because if it's high enough, I'll do it. I mean, shit. Oh, I didn't shade his eye in. There we go. That's better. Okay, next up. Next thing's next. And that is... What's next? Let's go top down. Try and finish the character. Detail by detail. That'll work better, I think. Avail, what's up, dude? How you been? Good to see you, homie. Welcome in. So Vale, while I was gone for 3 weeks, I gotta ask my streamer friends, did you notice, did you personally notice any of the Twitch exploding stuff happening? Notice any big changes to your stream over the last couple weeks? Because like I got back after a couple weeks of being gone, and like I didn't see any of these changes. People were talking about them and shit, and it wasn't until I streamed for almost a full week last week that I saw like a bunch of shit. And I forgot to ask Natasha earlier, but I gotta ask all my streamer friends if you saw any changes or issues in your stream. All the different things going on at Twitch. What do you mean, like view count being calculated, the bot things, all the stuff that Twitch has been doing with streams to combat and like not counting lurkers and stuff. Did you notice any of that stuff on your stream? Jake Topics, has anyone been watching season 2 of Wednesday? Finished episode 4 recently. Things are getting interesting. I never really never really like got into Wednesday. Not my kind of jam, you know? I think Elle was watching a bit of it while she works, but I don't know. Lost a bunch of followers for a little bit? Really? That's the first time I've heard anyone say that. Okay. Weird, dude. Lost followers. Huh. Okay, that's another one. That's another point of data on the graph that I wasn't expecting, so. All right. Okay. Good to register that one in there too. Gotcha. Me, but I lost like 20, 30 over a few weeks ago. What the hell? Weird. I didn't actually check to see if I lost any followers. Wonder how pervasive the bot problem is then with like follow accounts and stuff like that, you know? I wouldn't assume I have like a ton of bots following me because most of the off-stream followers that I get, I assume are from like YouTube, TikTok, those kind of things. So, I don't know. The only thing I noticed, weird. Imagine those were bot followers that slipped through the cracks. Yeah, right? It's probably like more likely what the actual problem is with follower drop or whatever. Okay, let me go grab a new drink real quick. I am out of my water. I need my water. Still not back to like feeling like I'm back to streaming form, so I constantly need to drink. Holy. All right. We're chilling. We back. We good. Had a weird big raider come in, gave my bunch of follows. Think maybe those were bots. Weird. What do you mean? What? How? Weird? How? Like it was just a weird. Like how was the raid? How was the raid weird? Because I've heard of people that get those like bot raids or whatever. I just don't understand the like point of them. Like I don't understand what the bot like raid like gets out of it. You know. I don't know the whole like. For some reason, I know VTubers get them a lot more often, and I don't know why. Gotta be something with the culture, or whatever. Okay. It's human, right? Yeah. Human guy with human ears. What a nice normal human. I bet he's super tall. Somewhere around the 5'11" bracket. Wait, is that a spoiler? Nah, it's probably fine. It's fine. That's the most liked comment on my TikTok, I think. Was when somebody said I like the 5'11" character. Very good. I see you. I see you TikTok commenters and your amusing nose exhaling worth comments. The culture, the orb culture? No, it's not an orb culture, bro. No, I hear more like these like weird raids and stuff happening with VTubers. I don't know why. I don't know why. Somebody on Twitch does. Really like yoink the exact proportions of the other ear. Not that it has to be or should be the same, but you know. Being similar is obviously of benefit. Must be a little bit taller, I think. It comes down just above his eyebrow. These are things that I would not catch until later on, but today I'm trying to be a good boy. I'm trying to know all the art. Because remember, I have to get him done in time or else something will happen on a clip that nobody remembers. So, yeah, it doesn't like the competition. Damn it. That's what it is. Damn it. Thinking about making a video on AI art. I didn't expect it to still be such a topic, but I've had a lot of like people like in the art, sort of my art peerage, discussing it recently. I don't know what happened. I think maybe it was a new model release or something. Contemplating making a video discussing it a little bit. How to guard yourself as an artist against it. I don't know if like I have a lot of artists that follow me on YouTube or whatever. So I don't know if it'd be a video that would do well or not. It'd be worth the time and effort to put into it. And you have to ponder this a little bit more. I have to consider it, think about it. How is our boy doing lighting wise? He's got like a thicker, more pronounced brow, I've noticed. Need to shade that a little bit in there. Not as thicker pronounced as mine, you just can't see it because I wear my hat every day. Funny comment about the height of the character, the Campaign 4 characters. Yeah, something along that line. 5'11", right? A Platform Sora's video has been insanely good. Oh, is that what changed? I think I'd have a pretty contentious... Like, I don't know if I want to wade into it, though, is the thing, right? I don't ever feel compelled to discuss issues. That's why we avoid talking about a lot of stuff on stream, but when it comes to art, it's a little bit different. There has to be a little bit of an opinion formed about things like this, even if it's not the kind of thing I want to be like talking about on stream all the time. I still wonder if there's like value, because the thing that bothers me is seeing all these artists like afraid they won't have careers and stuff. It's like I want to like try and alleviate some of that anxiety for my artist brothers and sisters, my little peepos, especially. The art peepos especially, because like the established artists will be fine, most of them. It's the art peepos that I worry about. I want them to be excited and you know, moving towards their career with a lot of, I don't know, nervous giddiness in their stomach, as opposed to this like lump of anxiety over whether or not they'll actually have a career as an artist. Love the critical art. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I'm having a lot of fun doing my Monday Critical Role projects. All right, it's becoming my favorite stream of the week. Because I get to just like chill and do a little bit of a character study, you know? This critical arc, actually, though, right? I think like I did fan art Fridays for a while. Maybe I'll bring those back. I'd have to do 2 fan art days in 1 week then, or just skip it on Monday. But obviously the request Fridays were something that I kind of wanted to bring back in some form or another. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't really have plans right now. I'm just kind of... Ooh, what the hell? Just kind of playing it by ear as we go. I do kind of want to go back and get a lot of the other older campaign. Like what I kind of like is the Critical Role fan base is very appreciative of older Critical Role projects because they keep coming back in one form or another. Like they just had the wedding of Jester and Ford as a live show. I didn't watch it, but you know, but that's cool. It's cool they did that. Legend of Vox Machina is like a big thing, right? They're doing the Mighty Nine show at some point in time, I believe, right? So I could still do like these kind of like character portrait studies for older campaigns and it would still be relevant, you know what I mean? And people would actually appreciate it and want to see it. So that's kind of cool. So I think I am actually definitely in my Critical Role arc. I wonder if I should wait till Thursday to post my Veilus piece on Twitter, or if I should just rip the band-aid and do it right now. Do it today on a break or whatever. Though the Veilus one kind of feels like it's cheating a little bit, because obviously she's wearing a veil, so... It's in the name, wait. But I hope people still like it. Even though it's not really a great study to do a character that's so concealed. But I guess it's still part of the outfit. It's just not really like a heavy design element or whatever. Right? We're able to recover the Veilus video? No. I think what I have to do is I think I have to like use... I downloaded the VOD for that day. So I think I have to use the like recording window in the upper left-hand corner of my screen. So it's not going to be great, but I still... like I can still do it, you know? So... we're going to Veilus. I already finished Veilus, actually. Yeah, I would bring it up, but I'm in the middle of recording this. And I don't think I saved Veilus as a... did I save it as a piece? Wait. Okay, well, I guess not. I'm dumb. I thought I saw it pop up there, but whatever. Yeah, I finished piece for Veilus last week. The problem is I lost the recording for it, so that's why I didn't post a video with it, or even post it. So I was a bit miffed. I was a bit butthurt about the whole thing. But it's a cool design. Not a ton to do with it, but you know. I really, really wanted to do that design project where maybe I'll do this for the next like small Critical Role campaign. Like do character designs based on the descriptions at the table. And not based on the art. Like I have to intentionally not see any of the art or whatever. God, that'd be fun for a stream actually. So like, you know what I never watched was like EXU or anything like that. So I bet I could do that with characters. That would be kind of fun actually. Just based on description alone. Draw their character for them. Let's see how close I was to the actual character or whatever. Make me chuffed to bits when this one goes live. It's too British for me. Yeah. It's far too British. I don't think I'm even allowed to say that. Is miffed not a American term? Is that like a weird Canadianism that comes from our English heritage? Our connection to the monarchy? Our queen on our $20 bill? Every once in a while I'll learn something like that I have like a term or a phrase or whatever that's actually like super not an American thing. I think most of what we say in Canada is basically Americanized at this point, right? Could be wrong, but I don't think I've heard any of my friends say miffed. It's definitely a boomer term though. Miffed is something that, like I think I picked up from my mom. I think she said that a lot. Maybe it's not English, maybe it's a boomer thing. I just get all my terminology and slang from Star Wars and start referring to things as wizard. It's just an older term? Yeah, alright, well. Bound to have a couple of them, you know? I don't know if you're still here, but I'm inclined to agree with Cass. Yeah, what's up, Salasian? Look at him, man. Look at that handsome boy. So, do we know if this is birthmark on neck, or if this is just kind of like texture of skin and lighting? I think it's birthmark. It kind of looks like birthmark. What the meme quality of Evan ignoring chat? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Y'all think you can hide from me in YouTube chat? Can't hide from me anywhere. The only way you could hide from me is if you started discussing Rings of Power. Then I would tune it out, probably. Okay. Might not even have to do much of a fucking dark pass on his hair, hey? Kind of like pretty heavy-handed with the shading on it. I think it looks better, you know? His eyebrows a little bit thicker, but face shape seems to be close. Maybe he's not as sunken in on his cheeks, but it's hard because he's like on an angle here. Yeah, maybe. Might have to shove things up and in a little bit. Can always do that later. You should describe from the neck up. Oh, that is really helpful. Then thank you. Yes. Okay. Neck up. Great. Then this is birthmark on his neck. Try and reference this. Shape design here. Easy. That worked. Cool. No, wait. What's wrong with his hair? Shit. Don't get distracted, Evan. No, damn it. I have shiny object syndrome when it comes to this piece. Just bouncing around quite a bit. Gotta do some hand stretches, though. RP out and do some rounded of orbidemes. Oh man. Damn, bro. Problem is, I would open it up, but then you let people like people could spam really hard then, you know, and that's not good. That's right. $1,000 of physiotherapy to learn to get a Sharpie and an elastic. $1,000 of physio. Can you do 20-minute cooldown? No, I think that the problem is the cooldown is global. There's no way to do an individual cooldown. I'm pretty sure it is your whole chat has a cooldown for the redeem. Because usually redeem is not supposed to be for an individual, it's supposed to be something for the stream. So I don't think Twitch has a way of doing it for individuals. The cooldown would affect everyone, and that's not what I wanted out of it, so. Still got to do the other arm though as well. For stretches. Couple ulnar nerve stretches still. Mostly just gonna cat paw it though. He's looking great. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I can't do the 20-minute cooldown. Wish I could. It'd be way easier if I could, right? Oh, his beard's a bit too high on his chin. I like to change it later. I kind of like the way it looks right now. I'm not trying to one-for-one match these characters either, so I guess it's okay, right? God, my wrist just cracked so loud. Guys, I don't think it's supposed to make that noise. Shit. close enough. All right. Got a lot of work to do today. I can't let my arms start dying on me this early in the day, hey? Listen, longevity is going to be important here. Can't rush anything. I'm really looking forward to seeing like how the first party kind of forms, because I don't know when, if week 3 maybe is the first week that it happened, but I'm guessing that pretty close in, or pretty soon in the campaign, pretty close to the start, they're going to have kind of the first group kind of go off and do their own thing. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to like kind of the game settling into its like vibe or whatever, into its rhythm. Figuring out who the core group's going to be for the first adventure. I kind of hope Azune's in there. He's cool. Sounds like it might be a Wiccan tyranny thing, though. If Vod can confirm, he says up the side of his neck. Oh, dude, thank you. That's big. I appreciate it. Thank you for digging for that for me. That helped out massively. Okay, then we'll really push it up there then. Sick. And it is a birthmark, not a scar, right? It's not like a burn scar. It's an actual birthmark. I don't want to get that wrong and then, you know. Like you see how long we'll sit with one group at a time. You might sad anytime we don't have Vela. She's so cool. Yeah, well, so what do they do? Because I didn't watch campaign 3 all the way through, right? I tried to stay with it. I got like 50-ish episodes in, and then I like just kind of fell off, had stuff to do, and it was a little bit whatever. But they brought in a bunch of other people and split the party, and obviously Sam Riegel was dealing with his health and whatnot, and super understandable they did what they did, the way they did it, but still, the party splitting seemed a little awkward and kind of uncomfortable, almost. So my question is, how long did they have that go? Like, how long were party splits a thing campaign 3? Because I know that it was like maybe the less popular part of campaign 3 was a lot of the party splits. So I'm just wondering if they'll mold it off of that or learn their lessons from it or whatever. For quite a while, if I recall. Yeah, it was like 10 episodes or more than 10 episodes, right? This is Azune. Legion. Yeah. Katagana has more wild hair, doesn't he? I'm not mistaken. So and then I wonder how many people they'll probably they'll stick with what, 6 or so, because the party's 13 strong. That's a lot, man. That's a lot to get to know. I kind of really hope we get some player death in this game, like some real player death. None of that resurrecting Odahan Thule fight player death. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I like it. When a new player character enters the game midway, it always feels like a interesting kind of like a reset or whatever. Well, I don't like resurrection in D&D, you know? I'm not a fan of it. Don't like it in my own games, don't like it in other games. I make it just kind of like house rule against it. You just can't resurrect if you die in D&D, oof. That's it in my games. You're gone, kiddo. Get dumpstered, as they say in Quebec. What's up, Archivist? Watch all campaign 3, it did feel like it was a long time before they got them back together. Excited to see how the separate groups will still be affecting each other and how they cross paths here and there. Yeah, and like I wonder if they'll do like, you think they'll do like, okay, we go with these 6 people and we go with them for weeks, or do you think they'll bounce back and forth? So it's like 1 week it'll be with these 6 people, the next week it'll be like, you know, this group or whatever going off and doing this other quest. Like I wonder if it'll be like we won't see a person who's not in the main group, whatever, for like a couple of months, or if it will see everyone, they're just gonna be bouncing around so that not everyone has to be there for like recording all the time, right? Or if it'd be too hectic like that to deal with. I don't know. But you know, I am really inspired by Brennan's DMing and organization of the game. Now I didn't. This is the first thing I've ever watched with Brennan DMing or anything like that. And again, what I always say is I had a very negative impression of him when I first sort of like heard when he first came onto the scene, and not for any reason that he did, and I didn't blame him for this, but it was just people were being obnoxious over him. Over like, it was kind of this like frothing at the mouth group of people that got really annoying and were like in my chat constantly, you know, just gushing about him, and that's like fine, but it gets annoying. It's like tedious and taxing when people are just like not shutting up about something, but it's a show or a person or whatever. So I didn't blame him for that, but I always knew that I was kind of like a little whenever his name would come up in chat, because it was just obsessive and weird. But I was really excited to actually watch something that he's done. I can make up my own mind make my own judgment call on it, and I really like him, and I'm really excited to see him doing stuff for the group. So I feel like he can balance it pretty well. He seems to have things going, like whipping around between different stories well enough figured out, I guess. I'm not sure if that's how he did his other games at like Dimension 20 or whatever the other show is that he did. I'm not familiar, but it's good. It's good. I think he's got it. Sounds like he's expecting player death. Mighty 9 would have been a vastly different group in campaign without CAD. The new character really affected everything. Yeah. I know the answer, but I won't say. Okay, fair enough. Lewis made a mention that he wouldn't see folks for a month, so it'll make me wonder if he's going to be a different group every month. Oh, was that in like one of the cooldowns, or was that in one of the episodes? Because I was thinking about doing the Beacon subscription thing, for, you know, being able to watch it whenever I want to, and like, you know, supporting Critical Role. I want to support them, and I don't know how much the Beacon subscription is, but I think people said it's reasonable. But also those like cooldown kind of chats would be kind of fun to see. I really like kind of behind the scenes stuff. You know, like, you know, anyone ever fucking watch the entirety of Lord of the Rings or whatever when they were young, and then spend the next week watching the behind the scenes? What a legendary experience. I did it with like Harry Potter too when I was young as well. I don't know if they still do that kind of shit, but I like the idea of the cast kind of cooldowns and talking about the game and whatnot from their perspective. And again, I haven't watched anything of episode 3 yet. I missed it on Friday, or Thursday, was streaming on Friday when it was up, and then, you know, listening to the Worlds Beyond Number podcast, which is Brennan, Abria, Erica Ishii, and Lou Wilson. It's the best you've ever heard. So I had high expectations. Oh, cool. Never heard of that. Oh, in the cooldown, sometimes I don't remember where they say stuff, but I do watch the cooldowns. How long are the cooldowns about? I want to know when they record, right? Because I think that I'm really curious with this kind of stuff. This for like media and things like that kind of always I'm very interested in it. Here's why. I think time of day and frequency of recording is actually something that's super important for the vibe of something, you know? So like the example that I give is years and years and years ago, like more than 10 years ago, when I was young, I in my like early 20s, I watched this like podcast that I loved religiously. It was back when sort of the games industry had like a media arm that wasn't like kind of weird and cringe and shit. Back when IGN was like a real site, and it was called Kind of Funny. And so a bunch of like editors from the PlayStation side of IGN, if you guys remember IGN, they got together and made their own podcast, right? And it was awesome, and I loved it, and I watched every episode. They had a regular kind of like life talk podcast, entertainment media, and then they had like a gaming podcast, and it was one of my favorite things. I watched it every single week when it came out. I was so excited. It was fun to have something to watch and listen to every single week. They went and got serious though. They quit their jobs at IGN and they started recording the podcast like as their own like main jobs, which is great. It's a great like, you know, evolution for them. But the problem that I always had with it is they changed recording to be something they did in the evenings on whatever day of the week when they were done work, and it changed to mornings. So, you know, little things would change, like, and not that this like really would have impacted that much, but like they used to sort of talk about like they'd make some cocktails and they'd talk about like bourbon and shit like that and whatever. And it moved to them sitting around with like Starbucks cups because they were recording in the morning. And not that they were like drunk or whatever in the evening, but there's something that's a different vibe between an evening podcast and a morning podcast. When you're in the morning, you're kind of like ready. It's kind of like you're fresher. It feels more like, I don't know. There's something about the evening that's got a vibe to it, you know? It's like later, you're kind of like blowing off steam. You're on cool down mode. You have a different vibe than you do in the morning. And that changed the vibe of the podcast for the worst, I think. And I thought about that for a long time, that the vibe matters, and that this is what happened with a lot of people when they grow too much as a creator or whatever the project or something like that, and the vibe changes. It's not always a good thing. So like, for instance, Critical Role changed between campaign 1 and 2. And I preferred campaign 1. I prefer old Critical Role. Now I still like new Critical Role. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan, but I liked the vibe of it being a bunch of nerdy ass voice actors playing Dungeons and Dragons. And it's not that anymore. To me anyway, it's not that. It is something being designed as an entertainment product for people to consume that can be turned into other entertainment products like Vox Machina, things like that. It's whether it's intentional or not, I feel like that's in the back of their minds. I think it's unavoidable. And that's great because they're doing amazing stuff and I support it. But it is different than it used to be. And is it better or worse? Who knows? Probably up to opinion there. I don't think you could have an opinion either way and be wrong. I think it'd be totally subjective there. But I wonder then with their cooldowns, are they recording like every day for a week and then like every morning for a week and then they're done? Or are they recording 2 a day for 3 or 4 days and then they have 6 weeks worth of content? Are they recording, you know, a weekly or some shit? Like, I wonder how that would affect things. People like haven't seen each other in a certain amount of time or whatever. Or if they're recording in the mornings versus the evenings, you know. I wonder about that kind of stuff when I think of Critical Role, because I see them changing and I'm trying to figure out how you change and evolve your brand to be more serious. Not this is something that I'm thinking of for myself or whatever, because obviously I'm just fucking chilling. But how do you change, the question is, how do you change your brand to be something more serious without losing that independent spirit that you have that people liked? And I feel like Critical Role has done a pretty good job. They've lost, I think, they've done the best to preserve it, and they've lost a minimal amount of that independent spirit. You know what I mean? 15 minutes, longest I've seen is 30. They're usually long. Episode 1 was 30. That makes sense, I guess. With more players, too, it'll be longer, right? It's good to see you, Phil. Yeah, thanks for the orb, Dono. Brennan's been teasing the real death is absolutely on the table. Can imagine that for sure. Yeah, right? You see the comment, where was I, in Twitch? Based on something from the cooldown, I think episode 3 and 4 may have been filmed on the same day. And so that's what I was wondering too, is if they do these like double day, like long, like that would be long recording days, right? But getting people in, like they have to pay obviously like overtime and shit, but getting people into the studio for like one day to do a big long like 12-hour recording day might be easier in some sense than trying to get to the... Yeah, okay. And then like how far in advance is this? Because I'll be honest, I really, and I know I have friends that do this. There's something about the live recording that I think is magic. I don't think you can get back what you get from sort of the live time recording of. Obviously, I understand why Critical Role does it. I understand why like a lot of my D&D friends that do a podcast and stuff do it. But there's just something about it being a right then and there actual live event that's a lot more stressful, but I think has a magic to it that you can't really replace or replicate. Now, does it matter? Maybe not, because people consume a lot of these things in podcast form, whether it is on podcast services or on, YouTube or whatever later as a VOD. No one's really concerned with it being like an actual live event. There's no interactivity anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Well, I think it still matters because it has a magic to it. It has an unexplainable gestalt quality of something to it that's kind of nice. These little hair flicks here. What's going on with his hair? I see this little hair flick out here. I don't understand if that's like maybe wrapped around his ear and coming out or whatever. That's kind of what's going on. That'd be like kind of up there. I'm not gonna worry about it. That is a critical role interacting with chat and chat ordering food for them. Yeah. There's something hilarious about ordering food for your streamer. I don't know what it is. It's just funny. I once ordered my friend Mandaria pizza for her when she was on stream. I don't know why. It's just such a dumb meme. It's such a stupid thing to do, like to order food for someone while they're streaming. But I just think it's funny. I don't know why. It's one of the dumber, funnier parts of streaming that I like that old streaming culture from back in the day. That I don't know. I remember fondly as a silly, dumb, whatever. Yeah, Critical Role used to feel a lot like a live stream, and have some of that vibe in there. So,
leader and fellow cult members,
yo, Mr.
I am
Pixel.
here to throw bits and skitter away again.
Aw, bro, I
Hope you're
appreciate
doing
it.
well.
We're
Have a
chilling,
good
man.
stream.
God damn, man. What a legend. Mr. Pixel, thanks for the bits and thanks for chilling today. Hope you're doing well. I know you're very busy. I know you're off saving the world. Hoping you and Waluna are having a good fall out there. Staying warm. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for lurking, bro. Imagine on saying B if they had chat on screen these days. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I noticed on Twitch they have emote only. Is their YouTube live stream private for supporters or whatever? For YouTube members or whatever? And they just sort of let Twitch, like they don't moderate Twitch anymore. They just sort of emote only it and then just rock it onto other platforms or whatever. They stopped interacting with chat, kind of became a why even have it live at this point. Yeah. And like that's a valid question, and I think that's like again, there's some quality about it being live that I think even if it isn't an interactive stream, still has something to it. I can't explain what it is, and maybe I'm completely off base here, but I just there's something I feel in my bones that's like there's still a value to it being live, even if it's not interacting with anybody. Don't know what it is. Can't explain it more than that. We'll continue to think about it, ponder it, and get back to you when I know. But yeah, it's a valid question. If they're not reading chat or whatever, there's no way to interact with the game. I do think that too much chat interaction is bad. Obviously, if they have the ability, like some games, I see that they'll have like, oh, chat can redeem channel points and do whatever. Like, I get if it's a support thing. Like, if it's like, oh, 100 gifted subs and you can change like Hand of God it or whatever. I kind of get that because like you're supporting the stream and like, okay, great. You can kind of like feel, okay, someone does something funny or dumb or whatever. You don't like it, who knows, whatever. But you still appreciate the fact that like, oh, my streamer's being supported. Like, that's cool. But a lot of D&D streams that I've seen that have like channel point redemptions to do silly ass shit. People have to switch characters for 5 minutes or whatever. I don't know. A lot of it, I just find it very disruptive. It's like, well, I don't have any actual channel point things. Like, I've had streamers telling me for a long time that I should have channel point interaction of some variety on my stream. And I always say no, because I always find that art streamers that do that, it's like obnoxious. It's like, I'll draw with my left hand for 5 minutes. It's like, okay, great. So I won't work for 5 minutes. So I won't do anything for 5 minutes. I'll be distracted and whatever. I could see dumb things like, oh, draw a little sketch of whatever, redemption type things. Like, that's fine. But a lot of the ones that people suggest is like fun things that change your stream. Like, draw with your eyes closed and chat, guide, like TTS guides you or whatever, or some shit like that. Like, it always just seems like kind of annoying or whatever. So, I could be wrong though. Many people love that shit. But just in general, for D&D as well. It's going to be very disruptive, I think, if they do anything like that for...
Ilex Anomala.
Wait, is this a meta return? The hell? We got the meta back? Yo. Hold up. What is it? The Hawaii Holly? I didn't know this plant existed. That's a great plant, dude. If the meta is plants from Hawaii, I'm gonna give it like a 7. There's some pretty great plants there. If the meta is things that are more interesting than emote only chat on Critical Role's Twitch channel, I'm gonna give it a solid 10. You know, if that's the meta, I don't know if that's the meta, but side campaign with channel point redeems would be pretty funny. It would be for small things like that. Yeah, absolutely. You know, miss things like how Sam figured out Viridin is in campaign 2 due to chat, but I love that people miss streams far fewer times. I'll take the trade-off. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're watching as soon as it happened, so you can possibly be part of the whole group. Right. It's like kind of a shared experience that way, you know? Like that is good for like chatty streams or charity streams. Sure. Yeah. You've asked me how to have more redeems, and I refuse to put redeems up that require me to stop working and do something else. A part of why I stream is to be productive. Yeah, and that's interesting. I mean, I suppose it kind of defines and determines what you know, I don't know. What's your like goal for streaming? And obviously I want to consider myself to have like the most entertaining streaming I possibly can, but I don't consider myself a streamer first or a content creator or anything. I consider myself an artist that streams as opposed to a content creator. And I still want to be the best streamer I can be, and it's fun to be at my stream and informative and whatever, all that kind of stuff. And I do slow down quite a bit. Like my average for streams is I work at about a 65 to 75% pace is what I've kind of figured out over the years. So if I wasn't streaming, I'd get things done like, you know, 25 to 35% faster around there. Sometimes even more if I'm like really yapping on a stream and just chilling. But yeah, I don't want any channel point redeems that are like something that makes it hard to do stuff and whatever. He has his own episode chat, and occasionally the cast members will pop in. That's really fun. Oh, that's cool. The only arts team redeem I really have seen work is like literally once a month, so or sort of doodle day. You can spend channel points to request 5-minute doodles. The cost of a lot of points. Yeah, and I used to have my request streams where it was basically just maybe I should do it with channel points. Huh. I used to do like magic item requests for that. Maybe I could do that with channel points and return the old meta. Be kind of fun. I think there's a lot of people that wanted to win sketches that didn't like the fact that I had it like set up to be like random. Because like there's a meme that like people who've been around long enough know that it's just a meme. Like one of my mods, Blaze, has won more sketches than anyone else. And so like one person even like thought that like my sketches were rigged, but that's the joke. That's the meme, is that the sketches are rigged for the mods, right? Obviously you can't do that if you're using like Streamlabs or whatever that I use, for one. And two, people wonder why Blaze won so many sketches. Well, it's because he never missed a single Friday. So of course he's going to win a lot. He entered every single sketch. Like, no shit. You're going to see him win a lot. But people were actually mad about it. That's one of the reasons why I stopped doing them, is because some people, like, unfollowed me. They're like, oh, man, I never got sketches, whatever. And, like, it was fine if it was just people that are here for free sketches. Like, that's fine, because I don't really mind if somebody who's just here for free shit leaves, because it's like, well, you weren't here for the right reason anyway. Like, I'm sorry I can't give you, like, free art. But, like, fine, see you later. But the problem is when people started, like, people who were, like, good community members, awesome, you know, chatters, good guild members, long-term supporters would then get mad because they don't get their free art on Friday, and then they would leave. So I guess if I did it based on channel points, there's like a guarantee. If you want to farm up enough channel points, hey man, for 100k channel points, yeah, you can have like a whatever, like open the queue and then, you know what I mean? definitely do something like that. That'd be a better way to do it. How'd you figure out your art style? I don't really have much of a style, to be honest. It's not stylization is not something I think about. The way I always sort of like talk about art style is it's the level of derivative that you work on, right? So how derivative of reality are you? So up top you have reality. And the only thing that on reality really hits is photography. So I don't like the term hyperrealism. I think it's kind of ill-placed, but let's just also say that there's also a hyperrealism, or we'll just call it realism/realism, because we'll admit that some people do actually hit some people do hit that quality, but I think that if you give me 100 things that people will identify as realism, I think only 1 or 2 are actually that sort of representational realism. So we'll call that realism and then brackets representational. So from there, this is the chart of derivative. So derivation. So this is how derivative you get. How stylized. So here's how I arrived at the kind of art that I make. So at the top, the least sort of like derivative, the least kind of like stylized artwork would be, we can call it your classical artwork, right? Classical work. Then slightly more stylized, you have like the concept art style, which is mostly classical, but with some flair. Then you've got like, maybe you've got like American comic books. Then you have like or like Japanese comics. / American animation. If you want to put American animation above Japanese comics, I don't think you're wrong. I'm just trying to be whatever. And then down at the bottom, you might have another couple rungs of this, but then you have like cartooning, right? And so this is how much you make your work derivative, right? This is how much you stylize it, you know? So the issue with, I think, a lot of like finding art style, and this is the lesson that I learned the hard way. Finding art style to me is actually kind of a moot point. I think that when you realize that no matter what art style you consider a master of the style, master cartoonists, I don't know any like names, master, you know, American comic book artists or anime artists. Let's look at like anytime you find a really good master anime artist, a Japanese anime artist or American comic book artist, they can draw representationally, realistically-ish. They can usually draw classically. Classical sketching is the most efficient way to learn how to do the most representational work. And so the problem is that a lot of people, when they sort of jump into, when you talk about style, I think the issue is it's kind of a useless endeavor to think about style, in my opinion. You can like art that's a certain style. I love anime. I think it's great. I think it's really charming. I think it's got a lot of like character to it. But the issue is, if you don't learn how to do this work first, you will never achieve the greatness in any style that you want, because I think you'll always be missing out on the fundamentals. You'll never be the best. You'll never be great without learning the classical styles first. So when I think when you focus on learning either this sort of like realistic, or let's just say classical, what you do is you kind of fall down the stylization chart to meet both the goal of whatever you're trying to do, and your own personal taste. So for me, I kind of fall down from classical work into somewhere in between kind of the concept and American comics, right? It's not quite comic book. It's not quite concept art. I try and elevate it, and with my painting, I want to get as far back up to the classical style as I can. That's why I don't do certain things when I'm painting, like use line work and whatnot. I try and paint with texture classically, but I'm just not this good or good enough to do this, because classical work is the most difficult one. And a lot of people see that it's so difficult and it scares them because they don't want to try hard, because who wants to try hard at something in life? Doing hard things by definition sucks to do, and no one wants to do something that sucks, right? And that's like a big problem in society and life. I struggle with that. We've all struggled with that. And so a lot of people will say like, oh, well, I'm comfortable here and I have 10,000 followers drawing anime, so I'm never going to try and do something more difficult. So that is a one-way ticket to mediocrity. The amount of artists that I've talked to or been in a group chat with or overheard with like tens of thousands of followers or whatever, hundreds of thousands of followers in some cases, that say I'm not going to ever try and be better because I don't want to lose what I've got right here. But man, I could never do what Jamie Jones does, what Kekakatake does, Peter Lee, whatever, whoever you want to talk about. So I think that style is the kind of thing that, like, for my work, I love anime. Why don't I do anything in anime? Why is my style not anime, even though I love anime? Because I think that anime, like any style, fades into like it is an emblem of its time. The more you stylize and derive your work, the further down this chart you go, the more a representation of the time period you're in. So if you want your work to last 40 years, you want it to be as close to the classical mark, because we have work from hundreds of years ago that still looks good. But if you go down to this kind of anime style or American comics, we have works from 20 years ago that look dated as hell, right? You look at like old anime like Air and fucking Clannad and shit. That's dated as hell. If you did Clannad style animation today, it'd be kind of like, ugh, what are you talking about? Once you go so far down in cartooning, you kind of hit a bit of you're so derivative and so stylistic, you can kind of like be an emblem of your own whatever. But that's the issue with style, is that I think that if you look at the way I try and work and try and handle light and try and handle all this, I'm basically trying to sketch like painters that are classical painters. So you look at the way Rembrandt, Michelangelo, those guys sketch, I'm basically trying to do that with dumb fantasy shit. So what's up, Ella? Okay. No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the mindset to consider groceries right now, so I have no idea. Okay, have fun. Thank you. So yeah, that's like, when I think about style, I think it's kind of a difficult question to think about, because I think about asking about, when not that I'm saying you're doing this, but when artists sometimes ask about which style should I do or which style I should pursue, anytime there's a question of style and this entire sort of like the totality of this idea of stylization in art, I always think that it's kind of looked at with maybe the wrong glasses on, the wrong lens in front of it. And that's kind of the way I think about it, is your style is completely it's completely based on your goals. And like, if you want to do a style that's like super trendy right now, like you look at Sam Yang, like Sam Yang is one of the most relevant artists of our day, of our era. However, Sam Yang's work is going to look extremely dated in 20 years, right? Like, Sam has great fundamentals and knows how to paint really well. Sam knows how to classically paint, right? We can even see stuff like that in the way he like represents materials and shit like that, and color. And Sam knows how to paint, but Sam chooses to paint extremely stylistically because he likes it, because this is popular right now. This style of this kind of like pseudo anime painted style, like look when he paints Miyazaki, he knows how to fucking paint, and he's doing some like wall up stuff here. But he chooses his very intense stylization because it's popular right now. It's what he likes. It's trendy. It's just like wearing clothes of the day. You know, I went to the mall the other day and I saw Elle and I counted 14 girls wearing tight tank tops and beige baggy sweatpants, and I'm like, I've never seen that before. And I'm like, why are those three girls wearing the exact same thing? Are they all part of like a sports team? And then Ella like points at another two. I'm like, what the fuck? We said, and we counted. We're like, why? I can't believe, because all the kids are out right now. They're all because of this teacher strike. So you wear the trendy style. Being trendy isn't a bad thing. Sometimes we associate with like, oh, you're a slave to trends. There's nothing wrong with being trendy. Like that's being relevant and part of the current trend. You're part of it in current culture. There's nothing wrong with it, with having a trendy style, and there's benefits to it. And when Sam does this art style, it's very trendy. He's a trend setter within it, but he's still a slave to the trend in the timelessness of his art. And it's a trade-off that he makes and loves and is winning very much in doing so. But his work, we're not going to look at it in 100 years and think, wow, this is so relevant to today, and I want to put his work up on my wall. This will be a piece, a moment in time in the history of art. Just like when we look at Dutch paintings from like the early fucking 16th century or whatever, we're like, ooh, that's a moment of time, right? Wow, whew, God, you know? Like, it's cool, but it is a thing that you wouldn't put those paintings up because they, like, you know, are Byzantine icon art, unless you're religious and, you know, an Orthodox Christian. You wouldn't put an icon style piece up in your house because you think it looks cool. You'd put like a classical painting up. So same thing's true. So stylization comes with a cost. And if I want my work for Eldara, to build concept work that feels relevant in 40 or 50 years, then I have to be further up on this chart in the stylization. So I think you arrive at your style based on your goals entirely when it comes to art. That's like my intuition and take on it, that I know some artists get mad at because they're like, oh, well, you're like, they don't like being referred to as trendy, but it's okay to like the trend of the day and to be a part of that and to be a voice in it, because that's the way art works, man. Is unless you're into the classical sort of format and styles, you are both master and slave of the current trend. And that's the way it always works. From everything, that we wear to listen to whatever, you know? Love his art, but it makes you think of the default AI style, and that makes me sad. That's the problem too, is that because Sam and artists like him are so well part of the culture, that the AI rips off the trendy style of the day, which is in a lot of ways him. So it's really unfortunate that, like, yeah, I mean 100%, it sucks. It sucks but he's actually good at what he does. So he at any point in time could reinvent and like exchange the trend of today for creating the trend of tomorrow, or going back into the classical mindset. He could do whatever he wants because he's that good, because he focuses on fundamentals. He's arrived at his style by choice and not by necessity. There's a lot of people who learn how to draw anime and stay in anime because of necessity, because they can't draw realistically. They don't know how to do it. So they know how to draw anime hands. They don't know how to draw a fucking hand. They know how to draw anime forms, but they have no idea what the muscle groups are in the form. They have no idea, because in anime, you don't show different muscles unless, like, oh, Baki, like, shut up. We're generalizing here. You don't show different muscles and forearms changing shape as the wrist bends, but you have to. It's why the less stylized you are, the more you'll get accused of same face syndrome. Because no one's accusing Akira Toriyama of same face syndrome, but it's a meme that you just take his angry eye, and you put it on any hairstyle, you know. And it's just the same character, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, whatever. You just put the different fucking hairstyle on it. Because the more stylized you are, the less expectation there is for an uncanny valley. So you don't get hit with same face until you start being like less derivative. And then people will hit you with same face syndrome, like, well, whether you deserve it or not. Mostly if you do deserve it, you know. But regardless, that's kind of what happens with the whole exchange there. So, I don't know. That's like the way I think about style, which is why I find it a difficult question to answer, you know. The way I think about it is I think about it as classical sketching, I guess, with a flair of the kind of the modern, trendy video game concept arty style that I like, without going too far deep into down the rabbit hole of it, of being like full-on concept art or full-on American comics or something. So, Wind Waker aged really well thanks to the stylization, but I think video games are a bit different because of their moving interactive nature. Wind Waker, Wind Waker, I think Wind Waker transfers so far down that Wind Waker I would describe as cartoony. So you can be so stylized and so derivative and so unique that then you stick around for a long time. But, you know, one of the people that I'm helping like right now with art is they mentioned they want to create like more of a Fire Emblem style art. And that's very common. And it's fine to want to do that. But the thing is, that's a very much a product of its time. And no one's really... Like, Wind Waker didn't set a trend because Wind Waker never was copied, really, all that much. That stylization was never really... Like he was kind of... There I could point to elements and different things. But, no, Wind Waker's one of those things that I think goes down the derivative chart so far that, but the thing is, when you go further down the derivative chart into the weeds, because it's not just, by the way, it's not just an up-down axis, it's actually kind of a left-right axis as well. So you go down the stylization chart, but then you stay like close to the middle. This is where all the common shit is. When you go down the stylization chart, but you kind of take you kind of veer off to the side, and you kind of create something like if you think about like the early 2000s, you went down the anime chart, but then you went to like a really weird new place. That's where the KyoAni anime style started, right? So the KyoAni style was very unique and it's very charming, and then everyone started copying it. So the problem is, when you do something really interesting, sometimes, not always, but you risk creating something so interesting that becomes the norm. In some ways, Sam Yang has done that. His stuff is so interesting. He goes down the stylization chart and he does something so interesting that becomes the norm, because everyone decides that's the king of that level of style or derivative or whatever. But Wind Waker is one of those ones that was so far out that it was so different and loved, but it never got pulled back into the middle, into the as being part of the norm, you know. Which is really interesting when stuff like how it happens, because it's a bit of an oddity. It kind of defies the rule that was created there. So struggling just to commit and start consistent practice and subject study. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm trying to build this platform of study and mentor, like I'm trying to build this base fundamental idea of study and practice for Minnie and Alf. And they're responding to it really well. They're trying their best, and they're doing really well with it. But I think it's so difficult, where it's like that's such an interesting issue and a dilemma, because I faced it really hard a couple of years ago. I still struggle with it sometimes, but that was like the pervasive issue of my career. You know what to do, but you aren't doing it. Why? Because being good at art is a choice and can be guaranteed. Having a career as a professional artist is a choice that you make and can be guaranteed. And that either inspires a lot of hope or really makes people upset. Depends on how honest you are with yourself. If you're really honest with yourself, it inspires hope, because you're like, yeah, I don't work as hard as I could. I play a lot of video games. I smoke a lot of weed. I party a lot. Whatever is the vice of the person that is time wasting, that is not making art your entire focus, or even a good chunk of your focus. You have something else that like, there's no excuse for not getting better at art. There's none. I've never seen an excuse that's valid. Oh, I have 3 kids and whatever. Oh, crazy, because this person that had 4 kids and less time managed to do it. Right? Oh, I'm like sick and I have like this like chronic fatigue thing. That's crazy, because this person has the same issue and they like managed to pull it together. You know what I mean? Like thinking of why you can't is not a productive thing, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter how legitimate and how unfair your situation is. You either pass, go, or don't, man. You either survive or you fucking don't. And so we can like look at things that are unfair and be like, man, that sucks. And I'll curse and I'll throw my fist to the sky with you and curse life for being so unfair. Anyway, we still have to then do whatever is required to jump over the bar. But I've never seen someone make the decision to jump over that bar and not do it. Ever. And so that's either very inspiring, or if you're someone that isn't honest with yourself and you think that the reasons why you don't do the things that you want to do in life are valid, then you get mad. You're like, whoa, it's not a choice. I didn't choose to be born lazy or whatever it is. Fucking pick your poison, man. Pick your excuse. And so it's all legit, and it's all legitimate, but none of it matters, if that makes sense. And so that's like such a big question for a lot of people, and for me, and for, you know, like how is it that how do you convince somebody? How do you help somebody answer the question of how to study the things at the level and amount that is required to get to make the decision to get good at art? Because it's hard, man. It's hard to get into that, you know, like consistency and building that habit. It's brutal. And it's not just like, oh, you're just like weak and dumb. It's like, I don't believe that about myself when people told me that. Like, oh, the reason you can't like study and commit to this, Evan, is because you're weak and dumb. Like, I never I never realized that there was other things at play with me that were issues. And whenever I get into a funk, now I know how to get out, kind of. Even though each funk is unique. I've been in a funk for about a month because, you know, I just had my life flipped upside down with something that happened earlier this fall, or even like in the spring when I was, guys, you remember me in January, February, March? I was on fire. I was streaming so long. I was getting so much done. And then in April, my ear just ping one day gave out and I lost my hearing in it. And that was like a month and a half of just extreme struggle adjusting to my new norm. And it's still hard, but it took me a long time to get back into, like, to get out of that funk. It took me like months to get out of that funk, and arguably I'm still not quite all the way out. But man, it's like, yeah, so like every time I'm faced with another version of that, of why am I not doing the work that I need to do? I know what I need to do. Everyone knows what they need to do. That's the thing with like that I'm curious about for mentorship, for art mentorship, is like how much of art mentorship or a skill mentorship of any kind is me actually telling you what to do. You know what to do. Bro, like everyone, like few people actually legitimately don't know what to do. At a certain point in time, you tell someone what to do. It's like, great, okay, I know how to improve at whatever it is. But we're just using art for this example. I know how to improve at art now. Great, thank you for the direction, Evan. Thank you for whatever. Now I'll be a master artist. Of course, it's not going to work that easily because there's other things that are unique to you and your own circumstance and you and your own situation that affects your brain's willingness to give you the chemicals and the molecules in your body of pursuit and of forward motion. There's a lot of fear and uncertainty and distraction that pops up with people, and it's like, how do you retrain your brain to not produce that and to reward the right behavior? How do you reward the going to the gym and working and studying and not reward the World of Warcraft and candy? And it's like, as somebody that ate candy and played World of Warcraft for like 5 years of an incredible depression, I know how hard it is to get out of. You know, one might argue that even though I've lost 100 pounds and started working, I'm still not out of that phase of my life entirely yet. Fair enough. And it's like, man, that's just the question of the age, dude. The question of the age is how to get yourself to do the thing that you wanted to do. And I don't have an answer for that yet that works for everybody because I think it's so particular and specific. There's things I can say that I've learned that I think are more universal and helpful for people, but who knows if those things are truly universal and helpful. And if you tell somebody the wrong information, they do the wrong thing, that can be detrimental for them. So I could say, yeah, just work hard, just force yourself to work. Okay, but I'm distracted and I want to play video games all the time. Okay, great, easy, just delete all your video games. Oh, okay. But for you, maybe the only thing keeping you from falling off the edge of insanity is the video games that you play every night for a couple of hours or whatever. So deleting every video game for you would be bad. And if I tell you just to do that, you'll lose your mind. And so there's other ways to do it, to build the desire to not do the destructive behavior and to do the productive behavior instead. But it's like, I think even if you're honest with yourself, trying to figure out what that looks like for you is just still so complicated that I don't know necessarily if there's like a good answer for it. I do think some of the universals are just generally taking care of yourself. Like sure, everyone's heard it, but I think it actually does help. You know, go to the gym, work out, try and get healthy and heavy and lift heavy, be happy, be strong, you know, get your fucking cardio up so you're not, you know, hiking up the stairs, eat clean, get really good sleep, stop, you know, letting fucking dopamine derived whatever addictive activities like League of Legends and TikTok, you know, and anime and shit govern your life. Like there's like generalized things like that. But the problem is I've seen people do all the right things and still there's something that stands in between. And it's like, fuck, what is that? And I've had times in my life where I've done all the right things and still had something, you know, standing in the way or whatever, where I'm like, what the hell, man? I'm doing everything right. Why am I still not doing the things that I want to do? It's not like people make it sound way too simple to say, oh, just do the work, just study more, just draw more every day. It's like, how do you actually practically get yourself, because the willpower is a finite resource. I think that's a well accepted fact. And so discipline is not always the answer, even though I'm a big advocate of discipline. I think that when you have somebody who like says they don't want to go to the gym, they go to the gym 7 days a week, right? And they go to the gym, you know, or let's just say they go to the gym like five days a week. They go Monday through Friday, right? And you hear them say, oh, just, you know, you're like, how do I get up in the morning, bro? I'm tired, I'm whatever, or my joints hurt, my this hurts, my that's bad. How do you go to the gym every single day at 5 a.m. or whatever? I don't go 5 a.m. I go at 6:15. I wake up at 6:15. I go to the gym at 6:30. Great. How do you go to the gym? Like, how am I going to do that? How do you go to the gym or whatever? And you hear someone, they're like, oh, you just got to be disciplined. The problem is that person has made the gym a routine or a habit, right? / routine. And they say, bro, I don't want to go to the gym all the time. And maybe maybe on Thursday, they really didn't want to go to the gym. And so they really had to use discipline, right? To like really force this day. So they think that they're using discipline to go 5 days a week, but they're actually only really draining the resource once a week because they've built the healthy habit and routine of going. And they think that they're using discipline for 5 days a week, but they're not. They're using discipline for 1 day a week, and they're just seeing it. Like they need to use like 2 to 3 units of discipline every day to go to the gym, and maybe one day they have to use like 25. But if you have to use 25 every single day, and you're capped at like everyone only has like 50 discipline, then yeah, they're like, you know, 2, 4, 6, 31, 32, 33. They've used 33 units of discipline that day. You'll max out on your 25 in 2 days, and then you're fucked. So again, if it's the same thing for like, oh, I'm going to like force myself to do my studies, my drawing, I'm going to force myself to draw for 3 hours a day, every single day. Well, it's like, how do you, like Fel says, how do you, making it into a habit is the hurdle. Right? And so maybe you do have to like brute force. You have to like really squeeze the towel, wring it dry. You gotta like drain your discipline tank, find more, and then drain that shit and use up all your discipline so that you can build into a habit Monday through Friday. And then, you know, maybe you don't need it one day. Maybe Monday you just wake up and you're there and you're like, oh, I don't have to use my discipline today. Or whatever, willpower, who knows how to describe it. And it's like, maybe that's what you have to do. But then, so what are the behaviors that you do then that make it hard? And this is where you have to look outward. So like for me, building the habit of going to the gym in the mornings is like, it doesn't take a lot of discipline or willpower for me to go to the gym in the mornings. I wake up at 6:15 every day anyway, without an alarm clock, whether I fucking want to or not. So for me, I had to sacrifice late nights, and I fucking loved late nights. I loved like 1 a.m. playing Warcraft. Everyone's asleep. It's quiet out. You can actually like do work. I'd stay up till 1, 2, 3 in the morning. I can't even stay up till midnight, dog. I gotta be in bed at 10-ish, maybe 11 if I'm really pushing it. I have to be asleep by midnight. And I can only do that a couple days in a row, because that's like only 6.5 hours of sleep usually, around there, or 6 hours. So it's like, bro, I have to give up late nights. When it hits 9:30, I'm like, better take the dog out and start thinking about getting ready for bed. So it's like, to build the habit and routine of going to the gym every day, I had to remove the late nights, right? And that wasn't intuitive that that's what I had to do. Like, no one said, if I say, how do I go to the gym every day? I'd have all my like fucking buff friends and all the internet being like, discipline yourself and go to the gym every day. No one who knew me could say, oh, well, the reason it's tough for you is because you stay up late. Getting up early is easy when you don't stay up late, man. But I can't go to bed early. Yeah, but you can train yourself to do that. But then I don't get to play Warcraft with my friends until 2 a.m. Yeah, man, do you want to play Warcraft until 2 a.m. or do you want to, you know, be healthy and not morbidly obese, Evan? It's like, oh, okay, I'll do that instead. So that was the sacrifice. The sacrifice was late night Warcraft, and fuck, I still miss it. But goddamn, I prefer going up and down my stairs without having a fucking, you know, asthmatic episode. And even though I'm still fat, no, you guys saw me when I was 100 pounds heavier, so you know it's getting better. So how do you build that with anything? How do you build that with art? How do you build that with any practice you want to do? I want to spend, if you, I will give you a guarantee. If you spend 3 hours of practice, let's just say 6 days a week, I guarantee in 3 years you will be hireable at a livable wage, a comfortable livable wage. You will be hireable as an artist. I guarantee it. I've never seen someone put that much work in and not become it. And everyone has 3 hours a day. If you don't think you have 3 hours a day, like, please. If you're in a lineup with 100 people and you all say I don't have 3 hours a day, you might be the one that doesn't have 3 hours a day, but I need you to look to your left, look to your right, and see 99 people that are full of shit. There's one in there, and it might be you. So I'm not attacking you if you think that you don't have 3 hours a day, right? But just know that most people that say they don't have 3 hours a day are full of shit in some way. And that's totally okay, because I'm full of shit, you know, and I still find excuses as to why I don't have 3 hours a day for things like that. And so it's okay. You just got to admit that our brain is doing the thing where we are full of shit to ourselves. And so, but then like trying to build that skill, the problem is this might be spending 3 hours a day might be so unbelievably intolerable to you that you can't do it. Because if you have to just squeeze and just beat yourself over the back and brutalize yourself to do the thing, you can do that for a little while, but you'll break, you'll snap under the pressure. So just like anything, it has to be sustainable. It has to be something that you can do for a long period of time, that you can say, I'm making this a routine and I'm not going to break my life in half. And like, if I said, oh, if you did it if you do 3 hours a day for this week, you will be a professional artist. You'd be like, oh, sign me up. I'll sacrifice a week, but how do you do it for 3 years? You know? And that's the issue. Because you can force yourself to do it for a week, but can you do it for 3 years? God, no, you can't force yourself. And so the guys that are on the internet that are just like, just try harder, don't be a bitch, weak ass loser lamos, they're right, but they're also missing a big part of it. And so like having an idea of it being like one thing or the other, I think is really wrong. You can't give yourself too much freedom and be like, oh, well, I don't feel like it today. I've got chronic tired today. It's like, no, shut up, bitch. Go to the gym anyway. Like, you don't have anything. Get up, go to the fucking gym, idiot. And sometimes you have to talk to yourself like that. And I think it's fine to talk to yourself like that. But then the problem is when you try and say that you're just gonna just grit your teeth through multiple years of that. Try that for a month, and I think if it doesn't become a habit at that point in time, there's other things that are preventing this behavior, this routine you wanted to become a habit. Like, you can maybe grit your teeth through it until it becomes a habit, and then by the time that it becomes a habit, you've lost your willpower is drained, but it's okay because it's already habit, you know, and you don't notice it transferring from one to the other. You're just happier one day, you don't know why. But the problem is, if it never becomes a habit, try to beat yourself over like the head with that, like, you know, just discipline for too long, and you'll run out of energy, man. So it's like both sides. I hear people are just wrong when they say how to like become a better artist. The one side that just says, I don't care, draw for 13 hours a day, shut up, draw or die, life doesn't care. It's like, yeah, they're right, and like mostly right, but missing like something in there. But on the side of the internet that's just like, oh, just love yourself, dog, like you're doing fine, boo-boo, you're great the way you are. It's like, no, God, no, not at all. Don't just give yourself permission to stay the same. If you're not happy with who you are, that part of your brain that wants to give you permission to stay the same is fucking lying to you. You know, and it's so rough to try and figure that out, because that's the kind of thing that where mentorship is necessary. Because if you can't figure it out, the person on the other end of a YouTube video or me can't figure that out for you. And so this is why I think mentorship, and this is my goal for this mentorship that I'm going to be doing with like artists this year and next, is trying to figure out why this one person is having a hard time building improvement into a routine, and then try and figure out how to do that with this person. You know, how to build them into a routine where they feel like, when I say that if you need to be working like 3 to 4 hours a day for the next 2 months in this like sort of boot camp thing, them to be like, oh, this was fun. Yeah, that's fine. And it's like, ooh, we might have to push for a couple of days. I want you to do 6 hours tomorrow. Like, ooh, okay, I'll do it. They're like, it's kind of trepidatious, but it's okay overall, you know? I don't know. I had a friend who's really successful now in the artist alley space, and she told me that she got there by doing the things I told her to do because I started in the same space before her. That's good, man. I'm not successful in it, though. I straight up told her, I know what I need to do. My problem is I'm not executing. I know it. I'm just too tired. I blame nobody besides myself for not. And that's like useful, productive, but also missing something, you know? It sucks, bro. I'm glad they got good advice from you. What's up, Apple? I'm from the 7 Values Leadership. What are the 7 values of leadership, Apple? Hold on. Let's see. 7 values of... We're talking about how to get ourselves to do something. Meanwhile, fucking DevGru Spec Ops, Presidential fucking Guard, SAS fucking honored recipient, Delta Force secret, CIA black budget contractor Appalachians in my chat. Honor others, inspire vision, choose ethics, empower others, privilege people, balance focus with flexibility, and serve with humility. That's good. I like that, actually. Those are nice. Those are nice. Specifically Army values. Ah, yes. That's good. That's a good set right there. You know? Loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, personal courage. It's good shit, bro. It's good shit. I don't know. Maybe I sound like I'm just rambling and not solving the problem, but which I know is true. You know, you don't have to tell me. Like we all know it's true. You just don't need to say it out loud. But I think it's tough, man. I think it's tough. You know, it's like we got to give ourselves the right amount of criticism while being realistic. And this is why I think culture is the most important thing, because how do you make they're doing the right thing like this, living like that, where you can sort of say, I want to work out, I want to spend time studying, I want to do this, but like not have so much resistance. And I think that there's definitely a way you can do it. I think it's culture and environment. I think if you set up the culture around you that like kind of glorifies and celebrates struggle and failure, and then you feel like you're succeeding when you're perceptively losing at certain things, the only way to make that feel like a win is to have it be celebrated. So having the culture, have the environment around you where it's easy to work, easy to progress, easy to do these type of things, you know? This is why like those military values might work really well for someone like Apple, who sort of was brought into that culture and it's created like around him. And then he joins into that and is like, let's go, dude. You know, it's like, how do you create that for yourself? How, when you're out there and you're an artist living in a bubble, how do you create that culture around yourself and that environment around yourself to improve like that? I know. Legion Remix, that's how you do it. Okay, now I know what you need to do tonight. Got it. What's up, Sabine? Hello. Yeah. They're hard to build and can take years. Lots of factors go into this. Breaking habits can happen in a single day. It can. Yeah. Yeah, knowledge and understanding are two different things, though, you know? That's why I can feel like it can happen in a single day like that. The knowledge of how or what is an issue, and the understanding of how to actually change it and change your behavior and start doing the things you want to do might be separate from each other. You know what I mean? So, never say no to a challenge. Always strive to be the best that you can be and even surpass it. That's right, dude. That's right. Let's fucking go, man. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. It's funny you pop in now, Apple, and we're talking about this. Was all like started for me like trying to figure out how to like create good mentorship opportunities to like succeed. And my first two guinea pigs are your streamer and Alf. So good timing, bro. Bubbles, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thanks, dude. Yeah, man, you just work every day. I don't know. Shut up and work harder. That doesn't work for everybody, you know? This is Azune? This is Azune, yes! This is our boy Azune. So, thanks, CB. I'm glad you like him. I get some tips from my experience. I would actually love that. How do you build that culture for somebody? You know, or for a group? Because I think Apple, in some ways, I think mentorship is maybe better suited in groups. So I'm glad Minnie and Alf have each other to like be pushing, because it's not just me ordering them to do this, this, and this, and then them saying, you know, okay, cool, just like checklist, get it done. It's them pushing each other, right? you can only push, I think, somebody as their mentor or leader in certain ways that so much until there's a diminishing return where I think having the benefit of like, you know, your fellow recruits in training or whatever kind of picking you up. And so Minnie and Alf need to rely on each other when it is difficult to sort of be like glorifying and like impressing, like, oh man, when Alf says, man, I really struggled to get like 8 pieces done last night, and I worked, but I did get the full 3 hours in. It really sucks. Rather than that being a negative experience, Minnie's like, yeah, good job, dude, like you pushed through, and then that's like turns into a positive experience. Like the idea of how to create that kind of culture amongst a group of students or people trying to learn anything, I think is maybe one of the key hacks that I'm trying to like uncover. Because like doing it for myself was so difficult, changing my behavior in life, and I feel like I'm not done yet. Obviously, I don't think I'm like succeeding at that, you know, entirely. But even just changing from just complete inaction to like pushing a little bit was like such an unbelievable difficult challenge. That it's like, how do you then build that for somebody else entirely when you see how many years it took you on your own to like figure that shit out, you know? Oh my god, my allergies are bothering me, bro. My allergies, man. You know, or if that even can be trained. Like, part of me's kind of... Well, nah, I won't. Part of me's nervous that it is inherent in some ways. I mean, I have some theories on that I don't want to sound like doom and gloom and depressing over, so I won't get into that. But my intuition is that it's not. Is that anyone can learn how to do it, anyone can change, anyone can like make those changes. For my own sake, I have to believe that, because I don't think I naturally have the propensity to look at a challenge. My like natural response to challenge is not get up and conquer the challenge. My natural response to challenge is, what's the point? I'm not trying, fuck this. And I want to believe that's not like something, a quality that you can't have trained out of you, you know? Like testament to see what they are capable of with a wider range of tasks with a no-fail criteria. How do you convince someone to push themselves, though? And is that test designed then to see if you are going to give them the resources? Like is this like, oh, if you want to apply to be a mentee under me, draw 100 hands, do this. I give them or show me as many hands as you can, draw like as many gestures, and I just sort of create a giant like no fail criteria challenge. And I see people that are willing to take it, and I take those people on versus people that don't. And I'm like, if I say, show me where you're at, draw me a whole bunch of gestures, draw me a whole bunch of bodies, draw me this, draw me that, draw me some thumbnails, whatever, and I'll see if I can help you. And if someone comes back with like 10, then I'm like, I can't help you because you don't want this bad enough. Or if somebody comes back with like 200, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, okay, you're ready to go. Is that a pass-fail criteria to see if they're even worth helping? Or is that the kind of thing that you use to then like let them like learn something about themselves in that way, you know? Full Whiplash. I never saw Whiplash, but I know the guy was an asshole, so you mentioned building habits, and something I think back to lockdown artistically 2020 was so productive. I posted on Instagram like 2 to 3 times a week, and every week saw zero growth. Somehow it didn't form habits. I didn't feel rewarded. So I think that's when I went back to work. Made it easy not to keep up with that level of effort anymore. Yeah. And that's like the real challenge is when it's easy to keep doing the thing that's like, yeah, 100%. When you're posting stuff and you're getting growth and you're seeing like success, that's easy. What's hard is the thing that like when you're having a bad time and you're not seeing the rewards from that. You know what I mean? Main thing is motivation. Let them learn from themselves, and even if they fail the task, if they're showing effort and are willing to have the drive for it, then you can work with them. Could you... This might not be a good question, Apple, so forgive me if this is a bad question. Could you visualize that in some way, even if it's awkwardly and doesn't really like is poorly articulated? But could you imagine what that would look like for an artist in some way? A challenge that you could take from that, whatever the skills that you sort of are gauging for, whatever that is, physical, mental, tactical, marksmanship, whatever it is that you're looking for and challenging. Could you envision that in some way as like in an artistic way? Because I know you know a lot about art. I'm having a hard time visualizing what those kind of no-fail criteria challenges would be like that I could give my peepos. Because I was going to give Minnie and Alf, and I thought I did already, but I'm realizing now that Alf said, no, fuck you didn't do it. I'm realizing I never actually posted it. I gave him a number to get to. I basically said, do this many of this many of this many of this, because I'm trying to get them into the the mindset and the groove of getting the reps in. Because they want, like, I think more of a structure. They want to know what they have to put into it to get where they want to go. I'm gonna visualize that in an art. And that might be a bad question. I think it is probably a bad question, unless you're thinking about how to instruct in art. Maybe it's not really easy to transfer that, you know what I mean? Okay, we need to get Izune done. Otherwise, I'm beholden to things that I promised in clips that apparently exist on the internet, but I still deny their existence. Shh. We're not gonna admit those clips are real. I didn't say I would do that. Okay? Whatever the clip said, it's a lie. It's doctored video. It's AI generated EBA. I never said I'd draw furry art. I mean, Tayor. Shit. I just mean online growth, like audience and income and reach and all that. Did learn as an artist, which is good. Oh, sure. No, I know what you're talking about. Like, yeah, no, I mean, for me, that's also a big problem. Like I didn't post for years, because I didn't want to learn the skills for video editing. Now I know what I can do to sort of grow a little bit, and I feel better about it. You know what I mean? But for a long time, Solution, I just wanted to post like a couple of still images with some hashtags a couple times a week, and I thought that was enough. I didn't want to learn how to make videos or record videos or whatever, and I still am like having a hard time with that sometimes. And when things get really tough for me, Solution, like they have been for the last couple of weeks, I just don't post that much. Like I haven't posted a video in what, a week? Delete them from Discord then? Oh shit, damn it. Shit. Top heavy on book smarts but struggle to put it into practice. Yeah, it is a struggle. I mean, that's a good word for it, is a struggle. Right? And you can know in theory how to like improve as an artist, for instance, or on social media. But what is it, that thing that stands in your way? Where does that voice of in Pressfield's book, The War of Art, which I think The War of Art, it's like a 4-hour audiobook. I think it's a good listen for anyone who's a creative. How long is it? It's more of a essay. The War of Art audiobook. I think I listened to it on YouTube for free. Oh, even fucking easier. Yeah, it's not even a 3-hour audiobook listen to, but Pressfield's The War of Art goes over this idea of resistance really well. I think it's definitely a good useful listen to. It basically has two main components to it: the idea of resistance and the idea of sort of like the mindset of being professional versus an amateur on something. So it's great. No, stop. Get out of here. So it's a great book. It's really useful. And Pressfield's pretty insightful for that. But yeah, that resistance that applies when you try and put something into practice is really tough. It's almost impossible if you're not set up in the right way. And then you think it's impossible, so then you don't try, and oh man. What an unfortunate state that is when you're sort of at that point where you think that it's just not worth giving it a go anymore, So I don't want to. I know it's not how the platform has changed. I edit videos for YouTube series once for my husband, and it wasn't my jam, which is legit too. If it's just not something you want to do, you know, a guy who talks about creativity really interestingly, I think, is Rick Rubin. He's like a music producer, and Rick Rubin talks about creativity and art in a very, very interesting way. And yeah, like if you're creating something for the algorithm, and you're creating stuff that's like gonna work, and the kind of art, or whether it's videos or anything that's just like designed for what's popular right now, Salesian, and it just doesn't feel right to you, pushing through and just forcing yourself to do it is one of the guaranteed surefire ways to like achieve mediocrity in the most disappointing way possible, you know. And so if there's a type of video or whatever like that, but that sucks, because the problem is the algorithm is the voice of the mass. And so how do you do something that's so unique and you and whatever that you don't get the reward for it? Then how do you keep going on it? You know, it's like you got to eat, you got to live, you got to whatever. And so if you want to create a certain type of art, whether it's a certain type of video that you like making or whatever, and you know it's not going to do well, like I would really like to make that video on AI and basically tell artists how to not be afraid of AI. How to get around it, how to not be scared all the time. Your career is going to be, you know, eaten away by fucking robots. But I don't know if it's worth it my time to make that video, because I only have so much time in the day, and I've got so much work to do. And I know that video, the way I would make it, wouldn't be useful. It wouldn't be something that people would be able to look at and say, oh yeah, cool. This is like, you know, this is what I need, and I'm going to click the video and share it, because it's going to be some hard lessons that I know. Like this is the inherent problem with YouTube Art Academy, right? If you're learning how to draw and how to be an artist from social media, being self-taught, the problem is self-taught is a bad idea. You don't want to be self-taught, because self-taught is usually in tandem with let's just say YouTube Academy. But the problem is, who is your not instructor, who is your curator? The curator at that point in time, YouTube is a great YouTube is a good, hold on, it's a good platform, a bad curator. Okay, so what I mean by a good platform is that you have all sorts of great instructors. But when you go to YouTube and you and you pose a question, like how to draw, I don't know, how to draw foot. There are great videos on the platform of how to draw foot that will take you through the lengthy, expensive, time-wise, difficult process of learning anatomy. And so this will be like a 12-hour crash course on anatomy. And if you go through this 12-hour crash course on anatomy, you don't need to go to art school for this, but you do need to go through this 12-hour crash course on anatomy, and then you will learn how to draw foot. So now you can draw Breyer fan art or Zalatath fan art. But the problem is that there is a video on YouTube called How to Draw Foot. But the problem is it's a 30-second bad video. But the problem is that it looks easy, right? And the problem with it looking easy is that it's going to give you you have two paths then. You have the difficult path and you have the easy path. And people tend to want to take the easy route out. So if people more often go down the easy path and they interact with this video and they like it, right, with the little fucking thumbs up, I don't know which way the thumbs up icon goes, but they smash like on it, YouTube is going to think this is a better video. But this is a better video for YouTube, not a better video for you to learn the qualities of being self-taught. So learning any of these skills is really difficult. And you are a slave to the algorithm. So if you want to make a type of video, like I want to make a video that's like, here's how to avoid being here's how you can avoid AI art affecting you. It's going to be a lot of difficult things, and no one's going to want to know the difficult, but difficult, but true method for how to avoid AI. They want the easy way, like, ooh, click this thing or run your thing through this or whatever, this or that. So why would I make a video that I know is going to be the difficult path, which is going to sort itself into the like the garbage bin of YouTube, the fucking trash bin? But even then, the idea of making the kind of art that you, and in a video in the sense is art is like a relative term here, but the idea of making it, of me avoiding making a piece of art in this form video that I know is the kind of one that I want to make just because YouTube wouldn't like it, it's a practical decision because I don't have the 5 hours to make something that doesn't gain any traction or whatever, or in some way benefit the fact that I've done that investment of time. I don't make such a ridiculous amount of like income that I can survive off of, like, 3 hours a day and spend the other time doing whatever, It's a rather tough one, but great question. I would give them, say, 100 hand tasks with a harsh deadline. From then I would monitor them, check-ins, say, like, send me what you have at the moment, and judging the quality versus quantity, you can see how willing they are to push themselves and pace themselves. I would take notes and make a plan based on the results, if that makes sense. No, that is, Apple, that is phenomenal. The way you outline the criteria there is exactly what I wanted to know. If saying an arbitrary sort of do hands until you're tired, or show me that you can draw hands versus draw 100 hands or whatever, it's like, do you give them the mark that is a goal inherently, or a marker to get to? Is that a pass-fail criteria? Or is it not? And the way you just outlined it, as you give them a goal to go towards, but that doesn't define the pass or fail criteria, that is exactly the kind of answer I was looking. That was a way better answer than I thought that you'd be able to give me. So I'm actually very impressed and grateful. So no, that's a great idea, actually. It's possible you're avoiding it, making it because you, like you mentioned about people, it's easier. Is it possible that I'm avoiding it because it's easier to avoid it? I mean, yeah, actually. Like, yeah, that's the point. That's the problem, is it's easier to work on coffee sketches than I'll actually pay for, my ability to live, or like I'm spending my free time here on fan art that is good for my soul and does benefit me. When you do fan art as an artist, it does benefit you in one way or another, but not really for me, because the problem is, if I get 1,000 followers from Critical Role fans in a 4-month period or whatever from posting videos of this kind of stuff, when I have my own D&D thing, it's not like they're going to interact with it. So it doesn't actually help me all that much. Maybe I'm wrong, but my impression is that it won't help that much. So it is absolutely me doing taking the easier path on it because of what I view as necessity, but I don't know. Platoon sergeant, so I'm used to handling 40 plus at the same time. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. It's pretty impressive, dog. Yeah, I mean, it's also like, how do you get them to build the habits around art, like around training? It's like, it's not obvious why physical training makes you a better artist. but it does. And anytime I talk to accomplished artists, they all agree. So in some ways, if you want to be a great artist, go to the gym. But it's hard to convince somebody of that because it's not directly linked to art. It's kind of like, I don't know. Do you ever hear that Admiral McRaven speech, Apple? He outlines all these different lessons that sort of relate to you living a good life, but he relates it all in a way that makes it seem reasonable. It's like, how do you do that with art? It's like a good artist will, I guess maybe you do it through storytelling. You become a better storyteller to relate it better. Huh. Just thought of that. Ooh, I have an idea for a video now. Yo, wait, that would be a fire video. Oh, shit. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Heck the ads, I'm invested.
Ah, shit. Sit. I'm sorry, Apple. I'm sorry for the ads. I'm sorry, bro. I run the least amount of ads I can without pre-rolls. That's still, it's intolerable. So thank you for the sub. I'm sorry you had to do that for ads. You get better at everything if you're in shape. Well, like a lot of it for art is like you can work more efficiently if you are training and you're healthy. Like every artist will hit a I was talking about this with my physio because he's helped me with my arm, like nursing my fingers back into, you know, which by the way is working great. These exercises I'm doing, stretches I'm doing and stuff now, it's working phenomenally. But we're talking about this, about how every artist will hit, or anyone who works at a desk will hit their mortality, you know, at some point in time. Their physical limits will hit them. You know, you'll stay up late and have a bad posture and do all this stuff while you're 23 years old, and then you hit 30 or whatever age it is where your body begins to need some, you know, not slow down, but need you to not be stupid with it. Right? People think, oh, I'm going to hit 30 and become an old man. No, you can live well and healthily into whatever age you want to. You just got to like take care of your shit. You can't be stupid. And I think I was stupid when I was a 22-year-old. Staying up till 2 a.m., you know, and getting 3 hours of sleep for 3 months at a time is stupid. It's not like, oh, darn, I can't do that anymore. I'm getting old. No, it's just whatever. So you will always hit a wall somehow physically with your own body as an artist. And it's how bad is that wall going to be? Is it going to be a little arm pain and cramps and stuff, or are you going to throw your back out and have 5 years of terrible pain? Or are you going to have carpal tunnel surgery, whatever it is, and be out for a long time? And so it's like, how do you tell? Like, if I could design my little art peepo's life around, you know, a schedule or routine, I would make them go to the gym 3 days a week at a minimum, and I'd make them walk 6,000 steps a day at a minimum. Ideally, I'd have them training 5 days a week and walking 10,000 steps, but I know it's a lot if you're sedentary, a big leap. The idea of walking intentionally for an hour a day is like really, really different, you know, for people that are not used to that. That was certainly, when I first started walking, I did not do 10,000 steps a day. When I was 300 pounds, well, actually, no, I did actually, but it was awful. It was awful though. I don't recommend it. Maybe it worked though to just jump into the deep end on it, but there's also the nudge or feeling method if you think that would be best. Yeah. And you can kind of accomplish that by by rewarding and praising in some ways when they do the right sort of thing, or they are nudged in the right direction. And show them that that's something that is sort of, that there's a positive response for, right? Because like part of this whole art mentorship thing is how do you tell somebody to do something that they don't see as connected, right? Because they're like, no, Evan, I don't want to go to the gym, so I don't care what your opinions on the gym are. I'm not training well, and I'm not sleeping more. I'm not doing these things that whatever. I want to know how to art, motherfucker. Like I want to know this, the dumbass. I don't want to know your opinions on like nutrition and physical health. I want to know whatever. Don't criticize my video game choices, dog. If I want to play gacha games all day and just hit a dopamine thing, I don't care what your theories on dopaminergic fucking activation in the brain is and trying to focus on art. It's like part of that, like it sort of extends past the purview of sort of what you're trying to teach somebody, so that if it's not apparently connected, then I think there's resistance there. I've had that happen in the past with people. I obviously haven't really tried that with Minnie and Alf, and Vinny and Alf have been very receptive to everything I've said for the most part. They've worked with me a little bit, and it's gonna get harder, and I'm gonna expect them to do more. But right now I'm meeting them where they're at, and I'm slowly working them into the habit of working hard on the stuff they need to, and building that into a routine. You know. I think that's a good point. It's probably the best way to do it. Oh, also, this is like a good thing for thinking of like yourself, because like I think, you know, we all, when we need to do something right and we're not doing it, the question comes up of why. And that seems to be a question that a lot of people have. Otherwise, you know, Dr. Cade, Healthy Gamers Twitch channel wouldn't be so popular. It's definitely a lot of really good information on that, about how to get your mind to do stuff that is productive. Maybe I just do it. Maybe I just tell them. I just say, I expect you to start working out now. You're both gonna get gym memberships and start lifting every day. We'll just see how they respond. Probably just tell me to screw off, and then I lose them. That's the problem, is if you push them too hard, if you push students too hard, or yourself, they'll just say no, give up, and just be done with it. You don't push them hard enough, you're not doing them, you're doing them a disservice of not helping them, you know. Minnie's very open. She may struggle to log in at times, but she'll give her all. That much I can guarantee. Yeah, she's been great. She's been, you know, she's been working really hard and very responsive. I think she's needed more direction on my end to know sort of where to go. So that's why this week, their project for all of next week is going to be more concrete, and I'm going to give them resources to study and read from. And you know, Minnie's a really, really great like student in that way. She's been very responsive to when I say, hey, this is like not apparent as to why it's going to help you reach your goal, but like just trust me. And she's like, yep, cool. But I think there is still resistance. Like we all have that like resistance to new ideas or habit changing or whatever, that I want to try and make it as easy as I can on them to build the new habits of what is required. And also trying to figure out what to do with students like mentees in the future that are less responsive. And how to help them through that. How the hell is this shadow shape gonna come together? We need to do some sculpting right now, I think. Figure out how this shit's gonna work. Good enough. Nice thing with the army is I can break people down harshly and build them back up again, but in your case, it's not really an option. Yeah, because if you're too like, if you're too harsh on somebody, then yeah, they'll just say, okay, well, fuck you, peace. They'll drop out, you know, more or less, right? Can't really drop out of recruit training. But that's not your MOS though, Apple, right? So when, I mean, I guess people can't really drop out of. Like, do you work in selection, or is it just like being platoon sergeant, you just sort of like working with development as opposed to like selection? There's not really a turn back factor for people that you're helping, right? I don't know. I just don't want to do anything wrong with them. I just want to be the best like influence on when somebody puts their faith in me to like teach them how to do something and really honestly says I'm here for like whatever. I really don't want to let them down. I don't want them to think that it was a waste of time or, you know. Oh shoot, I should have done a fill layer for his hair. Ooh, let's do that right now. God, I need to macro this shit. Ugh, I'm so dumb. I shouldn't teach anybody how to art. I don't even know how to art myself, apparently. It's pretty light as far as like what I usually will do a fill layer for, but I realized that super dark fill layers for the hair and clothing, or the hair doesn't work. Super dark fill layers for the clothing works fine, but not for the hair. I've learned that recently. It's been a discovery. I want to start working on cartoonish-like drawing. Portraits or maybe some body limbs. I say cartoon because they're not serious, and for my Daggerheart campaign, getting something in your head and translating paper is much more difficult than I expected. Yeah, true, right? You have a YouTube channel that I can go to watch to learn some basics. For cartooning, unfortunately, I don't know much about cartooning, to be honest. I can tell you what direction to go look at. Look at, if you want to like look for resources, things that have to do with like Pixar style animation, but your cartooning is going to be more of a animation. I think a lot of the resources for very derived, stylized, cartoonish sort of art is going to be found in the animation industry. Because that sort of like level of derivative sort of like design is the most modernly applied in animation. You're not going to see it in like comic strip sort of cartooning like you used to see. That's kind of a dead genre in some ways, or dying depending on how optimistic you are. But I'd say look for more like look for some resources like I'd be YouTubing things like Pixar like character design, things like that. A good like Pixar style character design breakdown video would probably be what you're looking for. I don't know any resources for that specifically that I could share with you. I'm sorry, because it's just something that's so far away from my purview. But maybe if there's like a stylization video that modern day James has done or something, that'd probably be maybe the best place to look. But that would be my best guess, and I don't think my best guess is very good right now, so just, you know, be aware. You can always drop out. There is an issue, but the cost they have to pay is not worth the dishonor or negative image. I gave up on you and the country, makes life in general harder on them. I see. Okay. They're very motivated. Might not be the right word, but they're very motivated to not drop. Right? There's like a lot of, I don't know, usefulness in not. Oh man, these allergies. Holy dog. This advice, modern day James? Yeah, that's the YouTuber. I think he might have some stylization videos, but I'm not entirely sure, so maybe Proco, one of those guys that's more classically minded. Talks about stylization from now and then. Oh man. I'm already full stuck on what eye style to use. Yeah. Yeah, finding well, I mean, we talked about this earlier in the stream, so I don't want to reiterate too much on it, but a lot of stylization is a difficult conversation to have with yourself, because it is you have to learn how to draw. Basically, you have to learn how to draw eyes realistically, and then you derive from that a style of drawing eyes that makes sense to you. That's the problem. Like the 2000s anime eyes, the era was typically simple but expressive enough for my little sketches. Sure, yeah, you know. They actually can't do the job we give general, but if you're a snotty teenager brat that wants to be under mommy and daddy, and then get the hell out of my army. Damn, dog. Damn, bro. Holy. That's right. Apple putting up with none of that bullshit. Oh my god. Wait, where's my... Ooh, god, there's a lot of delete sketch in there still. Ooh. Nasty. Well, whatever. It's fine. Just start clearing it out. Start clearing it out. Bro, I gotta re-up my mini sub. I keep seeing her emotes in my chat. They're some of the best emotes on the site. I did drop most of my Twitch subs last month. I miss my mini emotes. So jealous. Maybe I'll go do that next time she's streaming. Re-up that shit. Lives on the line, then you either give it your all or not here at all. That's right, man. Strong mentality. Strong self-improvement mindset. Right people to have it too. Oof, man. Azune. These pieces, like I really am glad that I started charging more for them on coffee, because the time that these take. What are we at? 4 hours? Oh, dude. Oh no, we didn't do our every half hour orb redemption to make sure Twitch knows that we're all here. Am I counted as viewing my stream right now under Twitch? Because I haven't talked in my own chat for a while. Monka, Twitch. We need to figure that shit out then, I think, dog. How's his chest plate go? Doesn't really show. He's got this like kind of like, I'm not sure if this is Gambison or if it's just like a shirt or whatever under here. And then this highlight is his necklace. It's whatever this beaded necklace is that he's holding on to. That's what this cord is. That's not a highlight. Yuna's mad for some reason. This is a highlight right here, but these aren't, which is a bit confusing, but fair enough. So then this necklace or neck guard thing right here kind of reminds me of like an NHL neck guard. That's just, I think I've made him a bit buffer than, yeah, he's got a bit of a thicker neck, shoulder kind of thing going on. And then we don't know how far up his armor comes. Oh, he's got chain under here too. Ooh, I didn't see that. So he's got one pauldron on one side. I'm guessing that he's got sort of this like kind of almost like Roman whatever Legion style thing going on. I don't know. But he's got his pauldron. And then he's got his cloak kind of falling out from underneath the pauldron. He's got like two cloaks on. This isn't this and this aren't the same cloak. This is like a shawl thing that goes over the top. Or maybe it is actually. No, wait, it isn't. I don't know what's going on with this one. I don't know how far down it goes or whatever. I'm guessing it's like a little cape that goes over his existing cloak as well. It's just pulled up on one side. Because then he's got this cloak coming out of underneath his pauldrons. So his armor comes up, I'm guessing something like this. So if we've got his cloak less showing here, I'm guessing we're going to get some armor coming up here, and then this like black shirt type thing. The collar on this. Oh, I don't know if the bottom of this really has a collar. So what we'll do is we'll make it less of like a separated piece of fabric in there. That's what we'll do. You look so good, dude. Oh man, thanks, Legion. I appreciate it. I'm trying to put a lot more time into these pieces. And I don't know, from the time that I put it into these pieces and also like when I started doing these portraits at the beginning of the year, man, I'm feeling some improvement this year. Like the first pieces I did this year, what was my first commission this year? I'm actually curious. Let me give my hand a rest anyway. 2025, the first one, those were portraits. Talia. Yeah, I mean, like, there's just so much more time invested in them now, hey? Like, that's finished. Take that to that. These are supposed to be fast, though. These, I just keep elevating how much time I'm putting into these now, and I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. The other day, as a leader or a teacher, you are like a father in a way to them. If they give you, their all, then even if there is not, or if there is stuff not related, offer a hand to show them you have more than just student, and I will help you and achieve everything you want, or I'll find a way to make it happen. Yeah, I guess that's the challenge, right? Is to just keep trying until I find something that works with my students. Giving us compassion, that way they know you'll try and give their best. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that burden of leadership and responsibility is a lot. One of the reasons why I still don't feel like I have the authority to like teach anybody how to get better at art. Is like the delta between me and who I consider to be like one of the masters of art, like I'm so much closer to an absolute beginner than I am one of the best artists of our time. But I can't let that like get in the way of me trying to be helpful and productive, because that's just like me and my own insecurities not showing up then for people who are counting on me. And I have a responsibility to them to like give them everything I have, so if they're willing to like push, so which I'm going to be evaluating pretty quick here. Like I'm going to be evaluating to see how much like Minnie and Alf are willing to give, because it's like there's no wrong answer there. If they want it to be like a very serious thing, or if they want to like be a little more chill about it, that's fair either way. But I have to like really see how much I can push them without them just completely rebelling. But no, I appreciate all the advice today, Apple. It's really helped. So you can see the growth too. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I don't know how many pieces, I haven't counted how many pieces this was this year, Salesian, but you know where I feel the most amount of growth actually is so I don't do a lot of portraits on stream because the failure rate for portraits is still too high for me. Meaning that when I start a portrait, I'll struggle to like get the perspective on a person correct the first time. You know, I'll struggle to like to figure out the like it takes me so long to go it's so many attempts and so long to like figure out the, you know, the different sketching, the whatever. Like I have to go through a whole bunch of these like short things and then you know, fix them up and whatever. It just takes a long time for me to like sometimes I'll work on something and I won't know if it'll take me like 15 minutes or an hour and a half to get something right, because I don't know like if I'll get I don't know how long it'll take me to get it right when I'm drawing a portrait of somebody. This is why I don't start projects on stream, because it's like really distressing if you're like trying to work through something, but then you're like also trying to be present for your stream and whatnot. That's why I show up to stream with an undersketch. So I do this the night before, and then I show up the next day for stream, and we finish the piece, right? But to arrive at the proper sketch, sometimes it takes me like 20 minutes, and sometimes it takes me 2 hours. And I don't know why. It's like I hit a hump at some point in time early in the year when I was trying to do last year actually, an Arcane fan art piece right at the beginning of the year. And now it's no longer like 20 minutes to 2 hours. It's like 20 minutes to like maybe 40 minutes. So it's less time to get it right. Like I'm more consistent about getting it right the first time. You know, which is really the sign of, I think, mastery showing up, is that as you sort of like build and construct whatever it is you're trying to build and construct, it feels better. It feels like you can kind of like, I don't know if I explained that really well, but maybe. Dude, this guy's such a giga Chad. Holy. Am I drawing such a Chad, bro? It's actually a sick piece. Maybe I'll make this into an Astronaut. But yeah, like even being able to like do a quick little like sketches and stuff isn't as stressful to draw like characters and whatnot. We'll do our Giga Chad Astronaut here with his big old fucking strided muscles. Big old gauntlet. Definition of me doodling. So, I mean, whatever. Like, it's a lot faster for me to, like, be able to do, like, get pieces okay and get to, like, the basic undersketch phase. So that's something where I feel it the most, you know? I'll be able to help in a way, love more than anything to help others. Well, I appreciate that, man. You're a good dude, Apple. I mean, like, everybody knows that, but it's, I appreciate you putting into practice today for me. Need a badass, scary name for mini-boss NPC. Okay, the heroes are about to face off against the BBEG, or the Bebeg. But it's going to be a bait and switch. Some goon is going to run in and stick himself with crazy monster magic juice and mutate into a huge monster for the boss fight. I need a name for the BBEG to say something dramatic, but not to worry. Name will take care of you. Well... we need him to sound fierce. We need a name that's important, that is fear inspiring. Iskander Slithermire, Delgor the Purge, Gordrick Bloodhollow. Something simple too can also evoke some terror. Jack the Skin Peeler. Name's just Jack, but the Skin Peeler. Ooh.
Skin Peeler, you take it from here. If I see them in a slither of their blood out of here, Jack, it'll be your skin flayed on my mantle this time. Do you understand me?
Whoosh. Who else? I mean, like the honestly, the names that I come up with in my D&D game that I get, like, held to sometimes, like, there's a fucking piece in Dashto's suite called Lord Exthenbald's Dread Harpsichord, because I was naming the head paladin of, like, the Duskwatch, or sorry, of the Biotovich, no, sorry, not the Biotovich, the Duskwatch Paladin Order, and Dash was like, who's the Lord of the Paladin Order? I was like, Lord... Aldrich von Exthenbald. He's like, how do you spell Exthenbald? I'm like, EXTHANBALD. He's like, cool. He writes it down. I'm like, why did I say that? And so when he made the album, on the album, Lord Exthenbald's Dread Harpsichord is one of the pieces on there. Ah, God. Now it's canon. And I don't know if it's a great name or the worst fucking name, but guess what? It's a name now. So it is where we at. It's what we got now for a while anyway. Can always be errated, but then we have to change the Spotify too, which is harder now. So there's that. All right, my hand's about to give out, and I don't want to push it today. So, save you use, you can't change it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that's about as far as I'm getting today, I think, before I need to give my hand a break. I don't think I have any appointments to go to today or whatever, but I've got a lot of work to do. So announcements. There are only 5 of the dragon prints left, so on my print store, and I haven't announced them publicly yet. So when I announce them and I send the fine art prints, ooh boy, off into the wilderness, and I see what people want. Remember, these are my first limited prints, so we shall see. But I think there's only 5 of the Dargan left, and I think only 6 of the Realms of Eldar piece left, which is great. They're limited to 10, so it's not like there's a ton of them or whatever. But I still want to. I mentioned a couple times this week at the end of stream or the beginning, until I have to post them publicly. So we shall see. But anyway, yeah, they look cool, bro. They look really cool. They're dope. So thank you for those of you who have supported and gotten a print. I'll be adding probably another Dargrund there to their next month or whatever. I'll probably add in one more print to the fine art print series every month or 2, maybe do like 6 a year or whatever as limited edition series. So obviously there's 2 here, so maybe I'll just leave them to the end of the year and not do. I don't know, man. Thanks for chilling today, Brooklyn. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. Thanks, Apple. Thanks for all the advice today. You see Dave Greco is doing a class over in Proco. I did. I saw that. I saw he teased it. I haven't seen the class or anything like that. So I got to check that out, Thorkin, you know, because I really want to learn more from old Davo. But thanks, chilling, Thorkin. Thanks, Nick. What's up, guys? Thank you for being here. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Moose. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Legion. I'll see you guys tomorrow for reset day. And until next time. The fuck? That's not my ending thing. The fuck was that, man? All right. Farewell. Thanks, 100 bits about. Appreciate it. Okay. Love you, bye.